Vidura? Oh, I need to mute this. One. Yeah. Okay. Is it on? Oh, in the webinar it is on. Okay, so can I put this on the presentation? Like this? How can we move this to the side? Oh, it's not possible. Can we drag it? No, that's also not possible. That's okay. That's fine. We can keep it this way. Okay, I think we'll begin now. So I'd like to welcome you to the fourth Summit on Security and Privacy in Future Mobile Networks. There are expected, I think, at least 50 participants. So there's a lot of people still missing. We are streaming to Zoom and YouTube. We already have about 20 participants online. So hopefully people will be gathering up during the day. My name is Bartniewski, and I am the co-director of NetsLab, along with Madhu Sankat, that is probably trying to push people into... Oh no, Madhu Sankat is here. Okay, sorry, he's just hiding. He will speak though. Hello, everyone. A couple of items first. If you need to connect to Wi-Fi, for all the academics, there is EduROM, of course, that you can access. We are transitioning now to UCD guest network, which replaced UCD wireless. When you connect, you also have to open the browser and agree to terms and conditions before you can access the internet. If you want to share today's event with your colleagues that maybe couldn't attend, you can use the Zoom links, or you can use the YouTube links. We placed extra signs on the emergency doors, so only use this in the case of emergency. Do not open them because we'll have alarms going off, and that already happened yesterday and today. It's slightly confusing because in most lecture theaters in UCD, we actually use these exit doors to exit to the corridors, but those actually lead directly outside because of the capacity of the room. The room is huge, and whoever designed the room for 360 people installed exactly 0 power plugs. So you will probably notice that there are no power plugs here for you. There are a couple in front if you need to recharge during the day, and there's a couple outside if you need to recharge your laptop. So just be aware of this. We cannot, unfortunately, run the extension leads again due to the health and safety reasons. What we are going to be focusing on today is similar to the previous few years with some additions. So the core topic is security and privacy. The NetsLab team and the guests that will be talking today, they already looked heavily into 5G networks, and everyone is talking about 6G now coming up, hopefully in 2030. We have multiple projects that we work on together on 5G and 6G, and this is generally like the umbrella of the core topic today. We're going to be covering security that is AI driven and AI native, of course, end-to-end security in distributed systems. We heavily look into FL, privacy preserving mechanisms, different kinds of attacks and mitigation techniques, zero trust, zero touch, because this is the requirement for the future networks. Everyone is talking about ZSM and zero touch management. Resiliency, so we're very much interested in all sorts of threats that are coming up with the advent of 6G, and then quantum, right? So we have experts here in the room. And there's actually last slide I have on the quantum that is very relevant here. in today's event. We've started small in 2023. We've had about 100 online participants, just over 16 person, similar to 2024. Last year, we've had a little bit more. And we're hoping to continue this SECURENET conferences or summits for the next couple of years at least, as it seemed to be becoming like a flagship security conference in Ireland, which is something we are very happy about and very proud of. When it comes to the agenda, we'll have a number of great speakers presenting their work and speakers presenting their organizations as well. We'll begin with Neil that will introduce us to UCD, School of Computer Science, what we do, what kind of research we have, how big we are. And then this will be followed by Montesanka's presentation on NetsLab, which is the organizer and one of the largest groups here, or research groups here in UCD. This will be followed by me talking again about the Ensure 6G project, because we do have colleagues from the consortium today, as we just finished with the 2-day face-to-face meeting organized in UCD. So we always try to co-organize this conference with the project meeting, just to kill two birds with one stone. So it's great to have you here. Then we have Keysight colleagues giving very practical presentation about their work. And by the way, Keysight is also a sponsor of this conference, an organizer of a hackathon that I will cover in a moment, and the provider of a great prize for the hackathon winners, which we are very glad about, and we're very happy to have you. Not only because you gave us cash, but also because you're great researchers, and we have really long history of working with Keysight. We're expecting to have more collaboration, since now we're building quite a large, or extending the 5G testbed with Keysight products, hopefully coming up. Then we'll have Anne from VUB presenting her research update, and we'll wrap up with the coffee just before 11. We'll then move to the second part of the morning session with Montemaj Edgardo will present his update, followed by Vayavi, UCD, and we'll begin with the panel discussion. The panel discussion is going to be moderated by our colleague Shen, and this is expected to last for about up to an hour. Don't be afraid to ask difficult questions. We have really experienced 5 members of the panel that will answer most questions, I hope, and they are also very interdisciplinary. So we have people from computer science, we have people from law, so you can approach this session with from different angles. At 1, we will have a poster session. We have 11 posters from our researchers just in the corridor. You couldn't miss this. As we've walked in, you've seen all of those posters. You were given a red sticker as well. So one sticker per person, and this is to vote for the best paper. So you should pick one of the 11 papers, and that person will, the person with the highest number will get the best paper award and a small prize. And this is important to our researchers. Finally, for the afternoon session, we'll have 3 more talks, one by Pradeep, one by Eugen from Luxembourg, and then we'll have Vishal from Queen's University of Belfast, which should finish at 3 o'clock. And then we will go through the results of the hackathon that was organized. We had a total of 14 teams, and it was also the first time we co-organized the hackathon with Keysight for this event, and I'm sure it's not the last time, because it was a challenging hackathon, but we had a lot of teams entering, and we got some winners. So that's great. Finally, I've just learned that I think it's HEA Net that partially organized this. We have an quantum trailer, so it's Ireland QCI trailer, that you can visit. It's just outside of the building, and that trailer travels across Ireland, and it engages with different schools and academia like us, and shares the information about quantum technologies and how they benefit, in this case, Ireland, but I guess you can easily see the relevance with your countries as well. So you can learn starting from what is quantum network, and then particularly how Ireland, what are the Irish efforts to spread out the quantum knowledge and spin the quantum network. So I do recommend visiting this trailer, which is just outside. That brings me to our next presentation on UCD, School of Computer Science. We have Neil here. I will just put up your slides. Slide.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So my name is Neil Hurley. I'm the head of School of Computer Science here at UCD. And I guess my job here this morning is mostly just to welcome you all here and wish you all a great event, and that you all have good interactions and get some real connections out of getting together today. I'll say just a few words about the school while I'm in front of you at least. But first of all, I want to thank the sponsors, and I realize that I don't have Keysight here as one of the sponsors on my slide. So apologies for that, because it's really, really great to get people who actually come along and give us some real money to run an event like a hackathon. And I think having a practical event like that really makes the connections and makes this event worthwhile. So call you out very, very strongly in what I say, even though it's not on these slides. Also to thank the Connect Centre and Ensure 6G, our European network, for sponsoring the event. What can I say about computer science over the last year? So I talked to you last year about the school as well. And I guess 2025 to some extent was a year of reflection and strategizing, in the sense that in late 2024, UCD released its Breaking Boundaries strategy, and the school itself went through a quality review process in which we reflected on the school's operation and how it can be relevant into the future and how we can develop and grow into the future. From that, I think we can state a school mission, which really hasn't changed in some sense, but to call it out, to say that the School of Computer Science is focused on delivering a quality learning experience to a diverse cohort of students. And when I say a diverse cohort of students, actually 43% of our student cohort are international students at this stage, from all around the world. Locations like Sri Lanka and India and China for sure, but also in many, many locations around the world. And that certainly gives us a challenge as a school to try and grow a school community and be mindful of the different cultures and also the different global challenges that our student cohort and our staff cohort, which is also very international, face today. We want to prepare students for careers in a sector that's dynamic, rapidly changing, and facing disruptors such as AI. I just can't keep pace these days almost with the rate of change. Even in this last year, the word AI, I've seen peak to some sort of a peak of excitement about what it can deliver in society, to a sort of a trough of fear of what it is delivering in society. And we have to be ready to help people navigate their way through this new technology and to understand what can be done and what should be avoided. So we envisage education delivered by research active academic staff. I think NET's lab here is a very good example of the sort of academic staff that we want to have in our school, who are teaching our students at the forefront of knowledge because they are working at the cutting edge as well. And we want to address the societal challenges such as AI, but alongside that, sustainability and security. And this conference is really about these things, right? So SECURENET is tackling all these things. From a teaching and learning perspective, we're committed to extending our reach to an international cohort of students. We try and be flexible and imaginative in the way that we develop our programs, and we're always working on augmenting and changing our curriculum. We want our research and innovation to be to the forefront of the school's ethos. If I want to state a core mission, is to contribute to the science of computing, promote its responsible, and that's becoming such an important word, responsible use for the betterment of society, and to provide first-class training for future generations of computer scientists. If I summarize the school, we have over 200 staff in the school, so it's a big school. Certainly here by UCD standards, one of the biggest schools in UCD. And that includes staff who are faculty, who are working as researchers, and also our operations teams. There are 71 faculty, so 71 academic staff, and that's been growing year on year since I became head of school in 2022. But as well as our core school operation, we have a number of centres associated with this. We have the Centre for Cybercrime Investigation, which has been running for a long time and has a very high reputation in this area, an area of growing importance. We have the Centre for the Inside Centre for Data Analytics. It's not inside the school, where we certainly have a very significant role to play in that centre. We now have 17 of our academic staff who are principal investigators in that centre. So, but that centre is across nearly every institution in Ireland at this stage. And we have CEDAR, which is an Enterprise Ireland funded technology centre, which focuses on applied AI and bringing AI out into industry and helping industry to upskill in that area. We deliver programs to over 1,700 students, and these are students who are computer science students who are enrolled on computer science programs. So we're bringing them through their degree programs from the beginning to the end. The market is facing challenging times, but our graduates to date have been doing very well. And our research areas of strength, certainly AI and data science, but alongside that, cybersecurity, next generation networks, secure software engineering. All of these themes are part of the things that we're discussing today. The school is continuing to deliver on its research income. The two centres that I mentioned there in the last slide, they're under review for renewed funding, and we're hoping to get good news on that very shortly for both of those centres. Just to give you a sense of the top programs that we deliver, and you can see inside this portfolio an MSc in Advanced AI, which we introduced just this year in 2025. In our first iteration of it, because we want to ensure that it actually delivers at a high level. So we want to train people in advanced knowledge in this space. We limited the cohort to less than 50 students, but we could have maybe taken in 200 students if we were generous in answering the interest in that. And of course, Shen here, as well as being part of NetSlab, is also one of the directors of that program. But you can see there's a lot of data science on our program. We have a computer science with data science and AI stream on our BSc program. We've got new modules that we've developed in the forensic space. And we expect from next year to introduce a new stream on our BSc program on cybersecurity. So you can see that the two pillars of what we do are AI and data science, but alongside that, cybersecurity, forensics, secure software engineering. Depending on how you count, we could say 100% or at least 70% of our faculty are working in areas connected to AI and data science. 17, as I said, are PIs in the Insight Center for Data Analytics. It's becoming increasingly important that universities are to the forefront of developments in this sector. It is a huge power to deliver real benefits to society. I threw in here a couple of icons which sort of articulate the areas of interest that the Insight Center works on, augmented human, smart enterprise, smart communities, sustainability. So all of these big issues. And AI has delivered very powerful tools across all of these areas. But alongside that, and this is, I think, where this conference becomes really, really important and more important, we need to focus on topics such as trustworthy AI, explainable AI, human AI interaction, and AI security. So people need to be confident that the tools that are being developed are not stealing your data for nefarious plans, but rather are using it in a responsible way, giving you control over what you allow the system to do or not, and giving you access so that you can understand what decisions are being made. NetLab has, I'm not going to say much about it because Matasanka is about to talk about it, but I can see a huge growth of NetLab over the last 4 years. As I was head of school when this conference ran in its first year, it's now into its 4th year, and this area is strengthening and strengthening all the time. So I leave you to Matasanka now to talk a little bit more about NetLab. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So it's a pleasure to organize this SECURENET event for the 4th year in a row. And I'm glad to see all of you are attending here. And also, I think this is the only 6G security event happen in Ireland. So we can easily say this is the flagship program of 6G security in Ireland. And I'm Madhusanka Liyanage, and I'm the associate professor at School of Computer Science, and also the director for the NetLab, which is the team we are organizing this event. So this event is happening for the fourth year, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the sponsors for this event. So of course, we have a lot of colleagues attending from the Ensure 6G project. So this is one of the staff exchange project we are running in our lab. So Bart will explain more about this project in the next talk. And also I would like to thank the Connect Center. So they were sponsoring us for the last 4 years along with the Research Island. And also this time the Keysight is step in to support for the hackathon event. And they were the main sponsor, and not only for the financially, but also for the technical side. They did a very great job and giving the hackathon platform for us to use for this event. Thank you very much for that. And also this Consumer Technology Society from IEEE also sponsoring us on the poster event. So this time actually we have around 250 registration from 25 countries, because of course this is running as a hybrid event. We have in-person attendees and also the online attendees. So we are broadcasting via Zoom and also in the YouTube channel, so which will be available for you to use. And it's very interesting. We get a very diverse participant all across the country. You can see from US and also from Sri Lanka, India, and Asian region, and also from the European region. So we have a lot of interest from different part of the country to attend this event. And also I would like to thank my organizing committee. I think it's a huge work for this organizing team to put up this conference. So of course, Bart is the co-chair and looking after everything and the management level, how the conference is going. And Charuka is the webmaster and he was doing the publicity for the whole event. And Lavan is taking care of the poster event. And then we have Vidura who's looking after the video stream. And Rashmi and Dinushika, they are the local host parts supporting for the registration. And for the hackathon, we have Chamara and Itsuru. So they were the technical support. They are providing technical support for the hackathon. So thank you very much, guys. So this is it's really helpful because without this team, this is impossible to do. And I want to quickly go through about the network softwarization and security laboratory. So this is the lab I am directing. So this is one of the largest research group in UCD, mainly focusing on the security and of the 5G and 6G. So we have around 20 members in our lab. So I'm the director of the lab, and we have 3 co-directors looking after the different teams in the lab. So we are working on under 3 main themes. Like one is the AI security and privacy, looking at the security of the AI system, explainable AI, and also the energy efficient security mechanisms, and those kind of areas we are looking under the AI security and privacy domain. And also we have another umbrella topic working on the application of blockchain for the 5G and 6G network, how we can adapt the blockchain technology in this domain. And then the final area is about the network softwarization and the security automation. So here we look into more on the security protocol development and how we can automate the security authentication mechanism or security protocol deployment. And now we are also looking at the post-quantum cryptography under this umbrella. And we are working on several projects. So here actually I have listed down the project we were involved during the last 2 years in 2025 and also in this year. So we get most of the funding from the SIG SNS under the European Horizon Europe funding program. So we are part of 2 main SIG SNS security projects, that is confidential SIG and the robust SIG. And also we are participating several other cascade funding projects like FIDAL 5G, 6G Sandbox, 6G BRICS. So we are working on these projects as well. And beyond that, we have some other project, Ensure 6G, is Marie Curie Staff Exchange project, and GenShield AI, it's about Enterprise Island POC funding. And beyond that, and we are collaborating with the University of Oulu, Finland. So we have very close collaboration with them. For example, like we are external partner for the 6G flagship and the 6G KIO project at the University of Oulu. And also in Ireland, the Connect Center and ML Labs also part of our collaboration. And currently we are having our own 5G test network at School of Computer Science. So this is the Indo 5G test network, so which is available for our student and also our partners to use. So it is developed based on the ORAN technology. And now we have received additional 300,000 funding from University of Oulu. So sorry, from the University of from the UCD to expand this test bed to a outdoor based test bed. So we are now in the process of expanding our test bed. So we have actually more information in the brochure as well. So the idea is like we will go beyond the indoor based station. So we will go for the outdoor based station scenarios as well, and it will be available by the second half of this year. And a little bit about the projects we are participating. For example, Robust 6G is a 6G Ascent project we are participating, and UCD is the technical manager for this project. So this Robust 6G project mainly focusing on how we can use the distributed AI security and privacy solution in the 6G network. So this project is coordinated by Ericsson, and there are 13 partners in this project. Like we are like almost in the 3rd year of this project. So this is this is one of the projects we are participating. And then under the 6G BRICS projects, we are doing this Collab XR application. So idea here is like we are trying to develop a collaborative VR application which will be running on top of our 5G test network. So basically we try to develop a VR-based operation theater so the people can collaborate, the different players can collaborate in this VR environment, so we can provide certain type of training for the doctors on certain surgical procedure. And then we are also working on this tiny inference for transformers on AI nodes project. So this is more about like how we can deploy LLMs in the lightweight devices or like the resource constrained devices. So we are combining the federated learning and split learning concept to deploy this LLM in FPGA. So the main idea, like we can fine tune the LLMs with the with compliance with the GDPR and AI, EU AI Act compliances. So we can, and also we can run on the lightweight devices. Then we have this GenShield AI project. So this is actually Chamara will give more details about this. So this was got funded under the Enterprise Island Proof of Concept funding. So main idea is like how we can develop AI security platform so we can test and verify whatever the AI model which we are developing are compliance compatible, and also they are not vulnerable for any type of attacks we know or which can be happen in future as well. And Ensure 6G is another project we are participating. It's we are coordinating this project. It's a staff exchange project, so mainly knowledge dissemination between the different partners. So we have 13 countries, 13 partners from 13 countries are participating. So this is a huge project, and it's a very nice project because we get to know a lot of people across the world. So because this is one of the projects which is expanded beyond Europe. And finally, so we have our test bed and we are trying to create more and more data sets. So whatever the data we are using in our research, we are keeping it public so the others can also use. So anyone wants to use our test bed data set, so we make it public. So for the moment, we have 3 data sets available in our website. You can go to this URL and you can download the data set if you need. And we are keep adding more and more data because that's like one of the dissemination plan of our lab. So thank you very much. So that's all. So if you want to follow the Next Lab work and also our recent updates, so you can scan this QR code so you can follow us. And thank you very much for attending this event.
Amazing. Onsak just mentioned UCD is the coordinator of Ensure 6G MariaKitty Staff Exchange project, from which we have a lot of partners here today in person because we just finished with our face-to-face event. That project started at the beginning of last year, I think during quite a difficult geopolitical period and time, but we're managing to do the secondments and continue with the project, which we're very happy about. The project lasts for 48 months, so we just started year 2 of the project. We have a lot of partners, so we have 14 partners from 13 countries, and I will go through all of them one by one very briefly, just to show you the interdisciplinarity of the consortium. So this is not a typical research project where you get together and build a particular architecture or a product or like a platform. There's really no platform. There's really no capacity for this. It's all about mobility, exchanging information, and moving people around the whole world, actually. So this project goes beyond, even though it's a European project, there are a lot of non-EU partners that participate here. So we obviously have UCD, and among a wide expertise, we mainly focus on explainable AI, 5G, 6G security, and privacy. We then have University of Sri Janavapura in Sri Lanka, and they have a great use case on telemedicine, and they focus on IoT applications, very practical. Next, we have TU Delft, which is from a completely different discipline because they look into different business models and also energy efficiency of AI. Trinity College, our colleagues from just down the road, they work on quantum, one of the two partners that work on quantum technologies and post-quantum as well as cloud computing. We then have VUB, that is also quantum, but a bit of cryptography. There's a legal aspect that they look into as well. Our industrial partners, Tumokor from Finland. I just put in wireless communication, but they do anything to do with the radio. They have their own products, and they look into security aspects as well. Very far away from us, we have UDLA from Ecuador. I think we're looking to host one of their researchers quite soon. And they have a great faculty that deals with virtual reality, but there's XR and AR involved too. Our legal experts from Özyeğin University, Turkey. We have Başak here representing. She will present. Sorry, she'll be part of the panel too. And she's also looking into ethics and moralities. If you have any questions on GDPR coming up, AI Act, or changes in the AI Act, she's the person. We then have Luxembourg that look into hardcore mathematics, ML, LLMs. I think you look into XAI, where are you as well? Hello. There's Montemash, our partners from Paris, France, that look into network security and monitoring. An SME that has their own products that we have been with for many years, working on different projects. So we're very happy to continue this collaboration. University of Portsmouth. So we have Katarina here that work in data mining and cybersecurity. I know this is not accurate, but I had to pick at least two disciplines. I know you work in more disciplines than that. We have partners from HIT in Israel that only look into the non-technical. They look into intellectual property, ethics, and they more on the philosophy side of things, which is great because we never deal with this kind of thing. So it's good to have some knowledge there gained during the project duration. We have Zetaret, an SME from Thessaloniki, Greece. And again, they have a vast number of expertise, but here I just put in ethics and networks, and there's legal aspect as well. And finally, we have Telefonica. Telefonica is the biggest Spanish operator. We had good few people already seconded to their very popular destination. Everyone wants to go to Barcelona and work there. So I think it's great to have them because they are also the telco operator that are capable of providing a very interesting data to our researchers. The main objective of Ensure 6G is to design, implement, validate, and prototype to some extent. It's a relatively low TRL TRL project, but again, we look into different kind of solutions around security and privacy in the future networks. So the range is quite wide, actually, as we go from legal to quantum to privacy and security. But we do test and evaluate new types of attacks, and we propose mitigation methods. And at the end, we will actually propose a blueprint of a zero-touch architecture, which hopefully will be used by some other projects. There's some specific objectives. As I've mentioned, we look into identifying AI-driven threat vectors, which is the threat landscape will change with the advent of 6G. We design trusted mechanisms that are AI-based. we develop zero-touch security solutions. So this is the architecture that I have just mentioned. First, and security is part of this. We have quite a number of test beds that actually have the end IoT devices deployed, which we also try to secure as part of the project. We look into flexible design mechanisms. We, of course, want to look into quantum and post-quantum, something that is coming up. Maybe Anne will talk about this a little bit more in more details in her presentation. And partners like TU Delft, for example, they assess the techno-economic viability of 6G solutions. They look at the energy efficiency too, as the side from the business perspective. And of course, there's a work package on validation of these solutions. But once more, it's not like a very high TRL project. That's not the core idea here. We do build a large network. So in red, this is all the projects that on which at least one partner or two partners in this project work. So we already have a network that exists, and with the Ensure 6G on the bottom, we further expand that network by adding the partners that we have never worked before or that they have never worked with each other on any other project. So this is what we try to do here at UCD as well. We just try to keep adding different projects and build this network and get invited to more projects and more proposals. And it's very difficult to navigate in this world today because the proposals and projects are much more difficult to get lately. The mobility I've mentioned, we have already completed 97 person months. So it's not 97 individual exchanges or secondments. It's about 50 to 60 secondments because some people go for more than 1 month. But we've already completed about a third of the secondments, which is great because this is usually the biggest risk in this kind of projects, that you are actually unable to find people to go onto the secondments. Academics cannot always go because they have lecturing duties. Students cannot always go because they have their tasks here to complete in university. But we are sending not only our own NetSlab people, but also our faculty friends. So if there's anyone that has nothing to do with the project, we're still able to send them if they have an interesting knowledge that they want to share, or maybe they find this one of the partners very interesting and they want to somehow collaborate. So we do give person months to others, not only internally here in NetSlab. So that's how we, I guess, contribute to the School of Computer Science this way. We have a total of 323 person months planned in the project. There's a website I will share at the end, and a huge number of blog posts from our researchers going, presenting, and sharing what they know with the others. One more thing is they always international and they always interdisciplinary exchanges. So 2 AI experts will not exchange together. It's always 2 different disciplines that are actually quite far away from each other. So it makes it very difficult to publish, but it's great because you get a lot of information, or you gain the knowledge from a completely different discipline, which is I think really important. So mobility is the key here. We then do a lot of training. So within the first year, we have organized 2 major workshops, and the outcome of this was 12 training sessions on, again, almost everything that I've just mentioned. So there was FL, there was ethics, there was legal, AI, data management. We even have more practical sessions for newcomers, like new students that maybe never used Git. And we organize a session on that. So it's not only bragging about how your research is great and what you do, but it's also very practical knowledge that can be replayed in case of, like, for example, I've just mentioned using a version control. finally, the publications. We have about 34 publications that acknowledge Ensure 6G. In fact, we were lucky enough to get the Best Paper Award already. So here's a pic of Madhusankar receiving this for one of our students. And we, at the moment, have about 24 citations, but it's just the beginning. They were just published, so hopefully this number will increase. And finally, if I'd like to summarize the impact, I can see impact of this project on the people, on the organizations, and the whole ecosystem. So for people, obviously, PhD students, postdocs, our staff, they get advanced skills, or I may say different skills that they have been receiving by now. There's a lot of experience because every exchange is, as I said, international, interdisciplinary, but also it's intersectoral. So we never exchange, we sometimes exchange to academics, but usually it's academia to industry, industry to academia. And of course, for the career development, I think it's the project to join. For organizations, we have this academic to industry collaboration, which is something we seek for. I've already mentioned that lately proposals are really difficult to get accepted. And even if you compare NetSlab presentation from today and 3 years ago, we've completely changed the way we think. So 3 and 4 years ago, we were trying to publish like crazy, just get as many publications as we can. And we still try to do this, but now we have to shift the thinking into, we have to get into this industry mindset. If you don't have real world use cases, if you don't have the test beds, if you don't produce the data sets, at least from our perspective, it's impossible to get your proposals accepted and be invited into the projects. We all see like increased number of applications for every call, and even for the SNS calls last year, 1 to 11, 1 to 13. So the acceptance rate keeps dropping. So this is why we want to collaborate with industry to learn from them and see what's hot, so we can also implement this in the likes of 5G testbed that Madhusankar just presented. For the ecosystem, once more, it's a knowledge transfer across different regions and sectors. So when we go, my objective, for example, when doing the secondment, is to meet as many researchers I can, learn what they do, and then come back to UCD and share that knowledge with our researchers so they can get to know each other and publish joint publications. We, of course, contribute to standards. Maybe not necessarily in this project, but we join then the projects that are heavy on standards and policies. And of course, we're hoping for sustainable collaboration beyond the project. This is, I think, one of the first times we run this. There were other staff exchange projects in the school. For NetSlab, this is the first project, but we already see the growing network, which we are utilizing as much as we can. Lastly, I've mentioned there is a website live that you can go to. I would go directly into project updates section. It's really great. We just reviewed it yesterday, and you can see what we do, what places we visit, and what kind of people we meet. We have the YouTube channel LinkedIn, but this will be redirected from the website. So again, that is the project. I would like to welcome again all the participants and the consortium members from this project that are here in person today. And I'm looking forward to continue to work on this project over the next 3 years. So thank you. Now, we are moving to give me one moment. I need to make yeah, I'm just gonna make it easier. Yes, you can, and you need to unmute.
Try. Is this sounds fine? That's one.
See if it works.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Well, No, it's good, but it's yellow. It's supposed to be green. No?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep.
And this can go onto your
Okay.
bed.
Yeah. That's fine.
So you need to share. You're
Yeah.
sharing already? No? So please bear with us. We just need to move computers temporarily.
It's blank screen.
You are sharing. Yeah, maybe we share. Share. Maybe I should stop sharing. Okay, I have the screen now. Can you see the screen? You see the screen. And
You have to move.
this needs to go here.
Yeah. Screen.
Right. Okay, so we have two colleagues here, Rafael and Antonio from Keysight, and they will do their presentation. So
Hello.
thank you, ready.
Thank you so much, UCD and NetLabs for inviting us. This is Antonio Sanchez from Keysight, my colleague Rafael also from Keysight. He's based in Belgium, I'm in Spain. We are 6G R&D security engineers for a long. We started with security a long time ago. And well, today we are going to explain or to put some basics about how a raw base station could compromise the security of a UE. Okay. First of all, we are going to explain some agreements, some basics that to understand the situation. For most of you maybe are familiar, but for some other maybe not. So what you have in your hand, your phone, has a modem which connects to the network side, but this modem doesn't work by itself. It is controlled by a modem controller, which is in the operating system. And the modem controller communicates with the modem through AT commands. So this communication needs to be almost bidirectional. The modem controller asks to the modem and responds and so on. Of course, this modem connects to the base station, to the network, all the things, and send data and those things. This is important to know because many people know that the phone is the phone and just that has different layers. The modem is in charge of all the lower layers, all the things that happens in the network, and the modem controllers just ask and response and get the response. For instance, this is an example of the commands that the modem controller sends to the modem, which are it calls AT command. Most of you know them. But for instance, this is to get the networks or the cells that are around the mobile phone or the modem. And you can connect to the network. You can request some other cells. Here, well, we have some examples, but this is just an example. For each modem, we have a lot of AT commands to do a lot of things. It's not just to connect, disconnect. We can do a lot of things, even to send messages or to any other commands specific for a specific modem. This is an example because we will use later for the demo. Okay. And also here we have an example of the well, we have two things here. First one in the right side, yes, in the right side, we have the 5G state machine. This is important to know because in 5G or in 4G, even in 6G will be, the status of the modem and the network is based on a machine state. So the messages that the modem or the UE sends to the base station depends on the previous state that they have. So this is important to know because it depends the number of messages that you can send and receive from the base station. Here in the bottom, at the bottom of the slides, we have the just an example of the uplink messages. Uplink messages are when we send the message from the UE to the base station, and the downlink messages are the vice versa, from the base station to the UE, to the modem. Here is an example on RRC command message. And in the left side, you can see the stack protocol for all the protocols on the 4G and 5G. 6G will be similar to 5G with some changes, we will see. One important thing is that the messages at lower layers are composed by tons of parameters. You cannot imagine, it's so huge. The messages are huge in numbers, so in terms of representation, because it contains a lot of information for the physical layer is crazy. Also, we need to differentiate, or we want to differentiate 3 different kind of base station. The legitimate one, which is in green, representing in green, is the normal base station, which is operated by a normal operator, well configured, everything is working fine. This is a normal scenario. A rogue base station, which is could be well, it's a legitimate base station, but could be infected by a malware or compromised by an attacker, or even misconfigured. If you misconfigure a base station, the behavior could be like a rogue base station. And the last one is a fake base station or false base station. That is some malicious base station. Somebody put that base station, that cell there. And well, it's important to mention that this fake base station doesn't have the keys or the information to authenticate the UE. At the end, of course, many of you know, but some people not. The UE and the base station registered with some keys that are shared and some agreements. It's a very long story. But this fake base station doesn't have those keys, and they cannot authenticate the UE. Okay, that is the difference between those three poles or base station status. The rogue base station can have these keys, okay, or should have those keys. Here is just an example. What's happened? We have in the left side the main device or the main controller or the modem controller that we talked before. The modem is the modem, the part of the radio that you have in the UE. Here in the middle we have the 80 commands, and in the right side we have the rogue base station or the fake base station that could be compromised with a malware. Okay, what's happened if the rogue base station or the fake base station send messages to the UE, to the modem, which are not according to the specification or are not expected by the modem? That is the point. What's the modem do? The modem, what we see in our experiments is that the modem crash or at least is moved to a wrong state. Do you remember the state machine? So it moves to a wrong state. And in some cases, or most of them, the application or the controller cannot connect to the modem through 80 commands, or it's stopped to work properly, or start to do wrong things or not good things, mainly. So that is the key point or the way to discover these problems. And you can think, okay, you are talking this, but this is theoretical, or no, this is not theory, it's real. There is some public information it's true. There are several projects and some research that are bringing public about exploits in 4G and 5G to the UE side, and which are limited because, well, the knowledge and the hardware limitations, but are real. And well, we have here a lot of public examples of devices. I don't know if you can see the graph here, maybe it's too small, but there is a total number of smartphone models are 714. So and this is not, of course, 100% accurate, but it's just a big number for a public, it's public information, okay? So this is this kind of things are those are the numbers. So one important thing that we want to mention and we rediscover is that after the responsive disclosure, some vendors didn't respond, didn't say anything. They they don't respond. They just ignore the problem. We don't know if they ignore the problem or they just say, okay, this is a problem for the future. we will solve later in the next generation, or I don't know exactly. But it's interesting. Some others, of course, respond to the problem, but it's a good point to remark. When even not only in 4G, 5G, 6G will be, but also in general in IT, I suffered this kind of ignoration from vendors many times when we report something and say it's not my problem, but this is not true. So I think this is yours,
Yeah.
right? Yep. Okay.
Just move.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Close to the microphone. Then I would invite you to think about first the kind of attacks that those devices are susceptible to. Basically, are classical techniques or attacks techniques that we have: denial of services, man in the middle, and also the downgrade. So by using most of the time only a fake base station, not really need a rogue base station with some information of the UE, that the targeted UE, you can replicate some of those attacks. Then I would like to invite you to think a bit about the 6G and beyond 5G use cases that would rely on the mobile communication. Again, the focus of our research is the downlink. So it means that we are attacking the UE, and then it will provoke basically a denial of service if it's crashing, or if it's, as Antonio mentioned, if the attack put the network, the UE, in a condition that it cannot be recovered. Then you talk about a bit of, in a high level, of our framework that we have in our testing lab to exploit or to find exploits for the UEs. We use basically a fuzzing technique. And the fuzzer technique, we can have the open box or the closed box or even the gray box. And we exercise all of them. And it's depend a bit on the kind of information that we get from the device, basically. But the most common one that we can have, since we cannot instrument commercial devices or the firmware of commercial devices, we use it to work more with the gray box. And then we use grammar-based technique basically to understand what is happening inside the UE. The open box, we use we exercise most of the time with open source implementation, because we want to analyze the different strategies that we have. So then by instrument the code, we can have a better view about how many branches our seed can access inside the UE execution. And then after that, I would say that it's quite simple. We create a malformed packet, and then we send to the target, to the UE, and then we observe. We can observe via AT commands or some side channel way to get the information, like the availability of the AT command, or even the consumption of the power consumption of the device, that are just some. And then we save it in order to validate it again, to work as an exploit. Here's one of the layers that we intercept. We use it to intercept most of the layers, but the most promisor would be the RRC, PDCP, and MAC. This is our results on our laboratory that we tested. Now it's a bit higher, 12 devices, but at that point, we succeeded to test 10 devices and have more acquired data for 10 devices. And 8% of them has at least one vulnerability, with the worst one having 33 vulnerabilities inside that. As Antonio mentioned before, we report by representing key site. Of course, we cannot request for price or anything else than support them to basically fix the issues. But again, it seems to be not easy. Another thing to highlight here is most of the attacks happens during the RRC setup connection. During the RRC setup means that no SIM card information or even no authentication is required. If you have one device with the chipset, it's quite easy to exploit, just raising the fake base station and then put your device in a fault mode. Then I will explain a short demo that we have on our database, basically. So I'm starting a benign base station that we call on our setup. And I put the UE inside this shielded enclosure. And then I started the attach procedure via the AT command, as Antonio mentioned here. And then it started the attach procedure. I wait for complete that. And then I command the modem. I act as an application to consume the data, the internet data at this moment. And then we see some logs popping up on the benign base station that we have. And now I start the exploit mode, the fake base station and the exploit that we had found before. And then we are going to start the service of the fake base station that is on the right side. This one. Then we wait a bit to the modem search for a new connection. And then we have a crash in the serial interface, the AT command interface. Naturally, the UEs tries to attach to the base station that has a stronger signal. They are designed for that. This radio handshake or the state machine is designed for availability. So if you have a fake base station with a stronger signal, then it will try to attach, and then we can exploit it basically. Then some conclusions. First, the modern controller lacks context to distinguish what is the normal behavior from the UE and what is a crash. It's missing a layer in the application, a security layer in the application to understand the health of the modem. And this part doesn't exist in most of the modem. Just close it. Then the bug, as I mentioned before, the bug severity is higher as much as we can exploit the initial messages. And it's a higher number of exploit that we find, what is critical. And the time to react, as Antonio mentioned, is also very slow, even by integrator or even by the chipset manufacturer.
Yeah, one important thing to mention here is that maybe the chipset vendor is not the same as integrator, for instance. Yes, yeah. Normal names that would appear in any conversation. Qualcomm is sell the same modem to several vendors like LG. Maybe I don't know the numbers, but LG or any other mobiles vendor. So So when we found a problem or in a modem, it applies to several devices, not just to one device. It applies to the devices which has this modem installed.
Yep.
That is the small difference.
Okay. Then last, what we can see as a possible solutions that can enforce the security. First is the active monitoring, how to monitor the application or the firmware inside the chipset, or even how to monitor the environment around the UE, and that the UE is trying to connect. One thing that could help is the verticals. When you start to discuss about the verticals, then it needs to be designed at a security level in a way that if you consume critical data via 5G, it needs to have some redundancy or some way to recover the communication. And then, of course, software testing and quality controls, and apply security by design or DevSecOps or those frameworks that can support the improvement of the quality of the software. Yeah, I think that's all from our side.
So, yeah. So if you have any.
You have time for questions, if anyone would like to ask now before catching. Yeah.
What products did you use for this on
You mean the target?
everything? No, the tools they use to generate.
Or to generate?
Both.
Well, this one is Keysight.
Yeah.
It's Keysight. It's a bit transparent to us as a researcher. Keysight separated well from the time that we develop it and the time that someone will implement it in the product. I don't have this visibility, honestly, to say, but I can address to you some contacts from sales people. If you are interested, then you can ask them where this solution is embedded.
Products did you use for this?
This is embedded in some product that I have no idea which one it
Yeah,
is.
we develop by ourselves.
We develop it in
Exactly.
It's a
And,
research.
and later the implementation team implements in other products. We are researching and
Yeah.
we are
They
separating things.
separate. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah, it is true. From 10 out, 8 out of 10 has at least one vulnerability.
Splittable?
All of them.
All of
are
them.
exploitable. Because we find the issue and then we confirm the issue, exploiting the problem.
Did you notify Qualcomm or like vendors about this?
Yes.
Yeah. You did, okay, yeah, it's similar what we've done in Rapid7. Well, it's a bit different. They deliberately bought devices, hacked them, and then notified the supplier or the vendor about the vulnerabilities. And if there was no answer received within, I think, 60 days, they would publish this vulnerability. So, unsurprisingly, many vendors did not respond at all.
Yeah.
Including, I know they were hacking Philips baby monitors, and Philips did not really approach the problem. So we got a bit of a backlash. Yeah. It's interesting. Okay, well, we are spot on time. Thank you again. Thanks a lot.
So much.
One question, please.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
So what kind of device did you use that? Is it ILC catcher or what? For your
IMC catcher is one of the attacks that we can reproduce with our scenario. So it will be basically the downgrade attack. We downgrade it to 4G and then we do the IMC catcher. But if I understood your question is more in terms of which kind of attacks we have possibility to reproduce with that.
Yeah.
Downgrade attack is one of them for sure.
and on top of it, like because of this SIM that we have been using, they come with AGA, authenticated key agreement protocol.
Yeah.
So did you do like some work on that also?
Well, mainly the problems that we found are more on the before the authentication, in the RC setup and all those things before the authentication layer or the authentication step or yes, transition. We found the most of the problem. But the purpose of this is not to attack the key. The purpose of this is to attack the UE to move to a wrong state, to crash or to get some information from the modem itself, but not attack the keys, not in this AKA or procedure or what any other key interchange.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now we're moving on to our last presentation before a coffee break. So we have Professor Andrijken from VUB. Yeah. Focus. So I need to make sure that I'm sharing this on. Vidura? Am I sharing this? Am I sharing? This goes to the pad or maybe in your pocket. You can just put it into your pocket, it's not gonna fall out. And then this can go onto your list, and I think. Use a presenter mode.
Yes. Hello, good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you for the invitation to give a presentation here. So I will present the work of our PhD student, Pramita Fernando. It's joint work with VTT and UCD. And as already said, so Pramita received the Best Paper Award at IEEE CNS. So the paper is about securing accepts in Open RAN and mainly looking at authentication and authorization. So before delving in Open RAN, I was going to recap very shortly the 5G architecture, but we've seen it also in the previous talk, so I'll do it very shortly. So basically you have three different components. So on the one hand, you have user equipment, which are smartphones, IoT devices. Then you have radio access network, which basically is your radio base station implemented by the GNB nodes. And then this is connected with a 5G core network that is providing services like mobility management, session management, but also authentication. So security in 5G is actually pretty well defined. So we have the 5G ACA authentication. We have integrity protection for the radio interface. We have also several services or measures to secure the services on the 5G network. So that's all fine as long as you have one monolithic RAN. RAN thing, but if you, and this is the new trend, if you go like open disaggregated structure of your RAN, so where you have multiple vendors and you have disaggregated Open RAN distributed unit, Open RAN central unit, and an Open RAN radio unit, then the story becomes more complicated. And so that's why we now look also at the security of this Open RAN. So I also want a little bit to tell about terminology. So there are two terms that basically mean the same, but not exactly the same. So if you speak about Open RAN, then it's more the industry trend that's saying about open disaggregated networks. And when it's about O-RAN, then we refer to the O-RAN Alliance that is defining the specifications and implementations of this architecture. So for the Open RAN goals, so very shortly to recap, so main idea is that we have, as I said before, disaggregation of your radio network distributed unit and central units, disaggregation of hardware and software and multiple vendors that are included. We also work, like in 5G, on common on-the-shelf hardware, just to reduce the costs. If you have multiple vendors in your network, it's also important that the interfaces, that they are open and standardized. And so, yeah, Also, we have third-party applications included. So these third-party applications are developed by third-party developers. So that makes it even more challenging for the security management in the system. And they are designed for innovative services, being about optimization of your network or securing or other things. And the whole idea of this concept, Open RAN, is to reduce your costs, CapEx and OpEx costs. Here you also see a figure of the architecture of Open RAN. So on the bottom, you have the radio unit and distributed unit, central unit connected by front haul and mid haul. And then two very important components are the near real-time RIC. So RIC stands for RAN Intelligent Controller, and then the non-real-time RIC. And in this near real-time RIC, you have these third-party applications. So it's called the X-apps. And the same you have on the non-real-time RIC, there it's called the R-apps. The difference is the time scale. So as the name is saying, near real-time X-apps are applications with a time scale of 10 milliseconds to 1 second. When it goes above 1 second, it is located at a non-real-time RIC, and these are the R-apps. Then furthermore, you also have the service management and orchestration, which has as main goal to be responsible for the life cycle of all these applications. It's also taking care of the resource allocation, configuration of the apps, etc. So you can see that as a single point of trust for these applications. Just also this slide to make a bit more clear difference X-apps, R-apps. I already said it's about a time scale. And because of this time scale, you also have different focus and applications of X-apps and R-apps. So X-apps is really when it's real time. So it means real time optimization of the resources, balancing, mobility management. When all the things are not so real time, optimization of energy management, it's on a longer term, a more deeper study of anomaly detection, and then it goes to the non-real-time applications. So the problem statement that we were working on in this paper was to look at the onboarding process of the apps, the R apps and the X apps, because what we could notice is that currently there is not so much attention to it. Either it is weak or it's not existing. Do it in a secure way. There is also currently no standard authentication and authorization mechanism. There is this ORAN Working Group 11 that gives high-level guidelines about it, but no concrete implementations. And then in literature, there is an approach proposed working on JSON web tokens. But then you have the issue of token hijackings and revocation issues. That's also where we propose two alternatives in order to make it a bit stronger. So the threat model in this whole story is as follows. So you have, we assume trusted entities being the parts of your network, radio unit, distributed unit, and central unit, and also the SMO. The untrusted entities are then these apps, applications that are developed by our third-party developers. You cannot trust them because there are just too many. You don't know who is doing it. They can be malicious, and because they are located inside these RICs, you can also assume that this RIC is not fully trusted. And there can be passive or active attacks due to this malicious app. So you can eavesdrop on the communication that is in this RIC and also actively tampering with messages sent in that. Okay, so for the whole approach of the onboarding, actually the architecture that we are looking at, or that we were proposing, was a hierarchical based approach. So you have 3 layers. So there is first in the non-real time, the RAP layer, then there is the near real time, the XApp layer, and then there is another layer which is for even more ultra latency applications. It's called the DApp, the applications. This is not in the standard yet, but you see it more and more coming up in literature. So That's why we included it in the approach. But the idea is that on every layer, you do the security control. You have dedicated security apps. And then there is one app that is collecting all information and sends it to the layer above where you have more resources and you can do, the latency is less urgent, and so you can do more in-depth studies. So that's the overall architecture. And then within this overall architecture, we were looking then at the onboarding process of the authentication and authorization of the apps. Here is the example of the X apps. It's exactly the same for the R apps and the D apps principle. We work with an XRF server, which is an XOP repository function. You can see it as the NRF entity in the 5G core, which is the kind of trusted entity that is offering actually the basis for the token generation. So when you just use JSON Web Tokens and you do not have any refresh mechanism, then every time that you have to change a token, you have to go through the whole authentication process. And in order to make that a bit more optimized, we propose to work with refresh tokens, because the idea is actually a token is valid for a short time, let's say 1 day, and then you have refresh tokens that have a higher validity, for instance, 3 days, 3 to 5 days. So the approach is pretty simple, I think. So the X app is requesting at the XRF server the access token, then the access token and refresh token are sent. And then when it's not valid, then you can send the refresh token back to the XRF server. And then the new access token together with the new refresh token is sent back. Now, there is also, once you work then with refresh token, this can also be stolen and reused, replayed, and then that's why we added an additional mechanism on top of it. This is then the token rotation to make sure that the refresh token can only be used once. Yes, so I need to speed up a bit apparently. So, and these things we also implemented then in 2 different architectural setups. So on the one hand, there is this local implementation where we have the XRF server consisting of OAuth2 and a database. In the near real-time rig, local, or we can send the same XRF server in a layer higher, so in the non-real-time rig. And so we wanted to see what the impact is with respect to the latency on the position where you do this onboarding process. And then also we compared to 3, within these 2 setups, we compared to 3 approaches. So the one where you only have the JSON Web Tokens, the one where we use in addition refresh, and the one in addition the rotation. And as you can see, with respect to latency, actually, there is a difference between the setups, of course. So if it's local, you see it's like 1/3 less efficient than more efficient than when it's non-local. And then within these 3 cases, then the difference is much smaller with respect to latency. Then we also looked at the consequences with respect to the network bandwidth. Here we have only the 3 cases to compare, so independent of where the location of the XRF server is. So this first situation, only JSON Web Tokens, there you don't have 2 additional phases being the refresh phase, so the request and response for the refresh phase. And so and that's and that gives you less bandwidth. For the other 2 cases where you have then refresh token and rotation, you have a little bit more bandwidth, of course, but what can be seen out of it, so it's just a matter of bytes, as you can see on the axis. It's not too much, so it's a very limited amount of additional bytes that that results out of it. So we could say that the impact is negligible, and also it's perfectly programmable. You know what to expect. Okay, so to conclude, we propose this hierarchical security framework. We improved the standard approach of this JSON web token with access with refresh mechanism and rotation mechanism. We also did the experimentation. It was just on simulation, so working with microservices. But from this simulation, we could see that the impact on computational and communication cost is kind of negligible. Future work that we would like to work on is mainly the inclusion of the post-quantum crypto in it, because for the moment we have done the implementation of this JSON web token approach, but in reality, these things are also incorporated in TLS tunnels. So we'd like to see what's the impact if you do then the post-quantum hybrid or not on the TLS tunnels. And also, in addition, integrated with this JSON web token approach. So that's one thing. And then it would also be super interesting, not only to test the things in simulation, but also to do it in a real network. And there we depend a bit on the on the test bed from UCD, that we can hopefully can do the experiments in there. And then finally, also interesting is that we now gave like we fixed the expiration time of the tokens and the refresh tokens. So it could be interesting depending on the the security setting in your network to make this lifetime more adaptive. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Just before we go on to the break, I'd like to re-invite Rafael and just to take the photo, and also we have a small gift for you.
Are there any questions?
Oh yeah.
Yes, please. Okay. Okay.
Mentioned about that competition of latency of indications. So there, like how you are setting the how you are setting this configuration latency. So is it a kind of threshold or any kind of fixed value you're taking, or how you are justifying this?
So you mean, so we were measuring the total time that it takes for this process over a longer period. So over a longer period, it means that you have to go over different refresh token and rotation token phases, and this all in one, to the average actually of the approaches.
And like change from XR to RF to DR, so that will change, right? So in your case, like, will you only show using the XApps, or you also will have done it for the RF and DR?
No, actually, we only did for the XApp because, we wanted also to see the two scenarios where we have this XRF server at the local and then having at a layer higher, which if you do only for the RF, but of course the approach is perfectly possible for the RF, then you only have the second scenario. Just we wanted to understand what the impact is where you locate your XRF server. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Is that going to, or do you see it maybe turning into technology that becomes the security layer for apps? So you'll have XApps and other apps with a DApp only. That basically means that the security aspect that it's taken care of. Should we see it as secure apps that are doing specific use cases?
Well, if you see here, I didn't show this picture, but here you see the DApps. You see on the second box, the DApps, they are also positioned at a different place in your network. So, yeah, exactly. So they have only, in fact, visibility on that layer. So it's all about, getting this local vision on the security, and then when it comes out of the time scale, it needs to go to the layer above, and then again the layer above.
Serious impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Seconds, not milliseconds.
For the DApps, it's up to 10 milliseconds. From the XApps, it's from 10 milliseconds up to 1 second. And then for RApps, it's more than 1 second. Yeah.
From this security layer,
Are you also concerned about the percent AI to identify the percent of AI attacks?
Well, we didn't take that into account, but indeed, it's one of the X apps or R apps, the applications that need to be integrated into the whole story. So, yeah.
Say we put here.
Yep.
Okay. So again, as a token of appreciation, we have a small gift here. Also, Antonio and Rafael, be great if we could come together so we can freeze that moment.
So much.
Oh, nice. Super. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And 1, 2, 3. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
very much.
It's cool.
Coffee, which is just outside in the fostering session area, just in the lobby. And we'll come back at what time?
And you're moving with
Okay.
I don't know. You know that this side is in World Group 11.
So, Edgardo, I need to put this on because people cannot hear. So you can put this into your pocket. And this will go here. That's okay. Should do.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, we're good to resume. So we'd like to welcome Edgardo Montes de Oca from Montemarch, France. He's the CEO of the company, and he is one of the partners on the Ensure 6G project. And yeah, we'd like to welcome him to stage. And yeah, it's yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me for this talk. So I'm going to talk about leveraging LLM for cybersecurity, security testing and monitoring. So I'm Edgardo Montes de Oca, founder and CEO of Montemarch, which was a SME created in 2004. And we're expert in cybersecurity and network monitoring. And we provide the software solutions and tools for the prevention and detection of cyber attacks in different environments. It's 5G, 6G. We're now working in 6G, also IoT and cloud. And so we provide an open source framework that can integrates a lot of results from our research. And we also have a platform for creating 5G networks to be able to test our tools, and cyber threat intelligence services that we provide. And also we work on security audit and red teams for enterprises. So we participate in several research projects. The main topic, I won't go through this, but the main topics are 5G, 6G, defining a security architecture and enablers, and also we have worked on explainability, AI explainability, and how this can be used in the security analysis. And then on resilience of critical infrastructures, we have worked on several projects on concerning that, and also cybersecurity for SMEs, where we provide a marketplace for facilitating the security, improving the security postures of SMEs, including SMEs that don't have any technical expertise. So our research activities are on cybersecurity and network security, machine learning and AI and we're working a lot on using agentic and LLMs to improve the cybersecurity processes, like I will explain later. We also work on standardization. For instance, we participate in a working group on AI cybersecurity. And then we collaborate in open source, since we provide open source solutions, and also provide support and digital skills. And we have created several companies, actually. One dedicated to analysis of images for manufacturing, improving the manufacturing processes, and another one in Germany for providing services for SMEs. So first, I'd like to make a word of warning. LLMs cannot be used for reliable forecasting because they have several drawbacks. For instance, they provide fuzzy outputs, meaning that there's no objective quality on measuring or control. And also, as many of you must know, they have problems with hallucinating, and this is due. And this has a lot of impact on different, especially different specialized domains like law and science. As you have probably found that many of the references provided by LLMs are completely false, and then they rely on poor reasoning, or maybe none reasoning at all, because it's only statistically based analysis of the training data. So sometimes they cannot even perform simple actions like adding fractions. So this can be improved by agentic AI in explaining to the LM to use a normal calculator to be able to do this type of things. And then another problem is what I would call the mad cow syndrome, because LLMs require using data from the internet. And the problem that the LLMs are introducing data into the internet, so we have a loop which will cause hallucinations. And then, so I will now talk about the security workflow and how we introduce LLM in the different processes. So first there's the threat anomaly detection. I don't know if you have a threat and anomaly detection. So here we use the LLMs for generating plugins for parsing the protocols, for instance, and also to be able to understand better the detections. And then we have the incident response and automation. So to be able to decide what to do, we can also use the LLMs, and for predictive analysis as well. And then for user entity behavior analytics, we use not only machine learning, but also techniques to be able to understand how the behavior of encrypted traffic can be vulnerable. And then there's a threat intelligence hunting, which where we use cyber threat intelligence. So this is a lot of data that we can gather from different sources, including open source cyber intelligence, but also deployed honeypots and information from darknet and things like that. So the LLMs can help manage all this information to extract information that can be acted on. And then we have a security orchestration automation. So that also for the defining how to prioritize what needs to be done to protect the systems, and then vulnerability management and deception and adversarial AI. So here we have honeypots, like I said before, that we capture information, and this can be used to identify the behavior of the threats or the attackers. And then the compliance reporting to be able to generate to try to show that the system complies to the different regulations like GDPR and NIS too. And also to generate reports. So this is important to be able to customize the reports so that the user can use them. And then there's continuous learning and adaptation, and also testing and benchmarking, since we can generate attacks and then analyze the results and be able to, like I will explain later, to generate the rules that will allow detecting these on real time. So here's a slide where I present the different techniques that we use. Starting from encrypted data and structured data, we can extract the features that are used by the machine learning. And this can be used in the in-network inference, or can be used as a rules to be able to detect the attacks in the traffic. So the in-network inference is an interesting way of doing it, because it allows, if one uses, for instance, in-band networking, for instance, programming the data plane using a language that's called P4. This allows to be able to act on the attacks directly on the network, and this is done by generating what we call a detect match action table, which is like a tree. So this allows to be able to rapidly detect when there's a problem and react. A distributed tree. And then we have offline, then we can do analyze a lot of different information that can be unstructured or structured, and from this extract rules that can be used for online detection, or to be able to analyze analyzing the information to be able to generate reports, and also to bring insights for the user so that he knows what needs to be done. So then we have concerning security testing. So we designed, we are working on a system that allows to generate the rules from the different 5 minutes already. So I'll go a lot faster. So to detect, to generate the rules that can be used online. So there's a published article that at the end of the slides you can find the different articles that we have published if you want more information. So this allows generating properties, security properties, and then we analyze how this can be used to be able to detect online. And then we have also the use of playbooks to decide to decide what actions need to be done. And this can be based on LLM to detect potential inconsistencies in the playbooks. And then we have our tool, multi-match monitoring tool, where we integrate the different techniques. For instance, using what we call ACAS, which is to analyze, using machine learning to analyze encrypted traffic. So we have an API that provides the different ways of using this platform. And we also have a platform for managing the AI analysis. So it allows to benchmark different techniques, model the training and generate and manage the execution, and also integrates the explainability techniques like shaft and line. And we are working on introducing new techniques to be more inclusive. And then we provide the explanation of what was detected. And then we have the SOAR, which is a security orchestration automation and response. So this also is using LLM. And we have a tool that we call 5G replay, which is like TCP replay, which allows to introduce fuzz testing of 5G network components, and not only fuzz testing, but also to add inject attacks to be able to test the resiliency of these components. And there we're introducing generative AI for anomaly injection and adversarial attacks, and also to manage the testing. And then we have a pen tester to execute the pen tests, which is based also on other techniques, not only 5G replay. And this also has to be managed. And then we're working also on fine tuning, but I won't talk about that because in the talk number 7, this will be explained better. And we also have developed an anti-phishing tool to identify anti-phishing, and this is also based on LLM. So here are the references that you can find more information on what we have done. So that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
One small question regarding how we evaluate the for example the accuracy metrics for in the LLMs, like when we use the LLMs for evaluating how a particular vulnerability is detected, for instance, how can we ensure that whether that is accurate or not? Like do you generate some reference data in that case, or do you use existing data sets in large text boxes, for example?
Well, what we do is we test the detections and how the LLM analysis, the results of the LLM analysis, and manually identify if they're logical or not. But we don't have any automated way of doing this yet. Yeah, human in the loop to be able to verify that these are, and then performing tests to make sure that the system is always working. And we're working on local LLMs so that we control better what happens and that are not polluted by data sets that are not good quality or that should not be used.
If you go to slide number 8, please.
It's
Here, so you have said that you have defined some rules actually, so rule-based analysis. So I'm just wondering, how do you define the rules for the network? What do you want to block there?
Well, the rules can be very simple, like blocking an IP that has bad reputation, a host that has bad reputation, or it can be more sophisticated if you detect, for instance, during a session that there's a lot of small packets or very large packets, then this is not usual, or the frequency of these packets does not correspond to normal behavior, then this can be identified by the rules and things like that.
Because of hackers are more smarter than the how about if they have somehow encrypted packet?
Yeah, even encrypted packet, because you can extract from the packets header information, but also metadata, the size and timing and things like that. And also from the sessions, how many packets and also the type of packets and also things like that. So you can extract a lot of metadata, and this can, then the attacker, if he knows the rules, maybe he can avoid them, but so you have to, it's an ongoing arms race. Excuse me? We have our own rules that's based on, which is a tree, where we have the context, which identifies different conditions on the packets or sessions, and then the result, which triggers the alarm. But it's complementary of the rules like a snort or suricata. But our rules are more specific to the needs, and not a general. We don't try to compete with security, suricata or snort. Huh? They already have a lot of rules, and we try to detect zero-day attacks and behavior that is not normal, that's not detected by others. But this is not that easy to do.
I have a question maybe about that.
Or I can't hear you.
Your LLM to connect into other agentic AI functions for other people to write APIs using anything like that now, or is it a full service for your own system?
No, we're working on our own framework.
So you don't have external APIs using
MTP.
Yeah.
What do you mean by MTP? Oh, context protocol. No, we don't use that yet. MCP. No.
Those tools,
We're investigating it, but we don't have any solution yet.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. Edgardo will be one of the panelists, so if you have more questions, there will be more opportunities to ask. Okay, I'll just take this. And did you say you were happy with this microphone, or you want to take this?
That should work fine for me.
Okay, great. Okay, so presentation here too. Okay, so our next presenter is Owen O'Donnell from Viavi. Am I getting this correctly? Viavi?
Viavi.
Viavi, because I spoke with few Viavi people, and even them, they use the two different versions.
We'll take either one, especially if you're placing an order. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invite to be here. This is it's a great opportunity to speak to learned people. My name is Owen O'Donnell, and I'm a product marketing manager for Viavi. Now, Viavi, we're a test and measurement company, and we're actually very close. We work in Dunleary, which is only 6 kilometers that way. So I probably had the easiest commute of all the presenters today. So today I'm going to talk about post-quantum cryptography and the reason it needs to be tested, but at scale, which is really important. And hopefully after seeing this presentation, you'll understand why. So let me begin by just setting a couple of terminology pieces to kind of begin with. So quantum computing is, I guess most people are aware, they're on their way. So, we're going to have quantum computers very soon. It could be 2030, it could be maybe a couple of years after that. And while they will bring, huge amounts of benefit to industries such as pharmaceutical, medical, finance, telecoms, they also will bring the opportunity for nefarious actors to steal data. And the way they'll do that is by breaking today's encryption that we use for digital telecoms. So that's the big concern, and that's why we're introducing post-quantum cryptography. Now, for those old enough to remember, and there might be a couple in the audience, Y2K was, the last big kind of audit that we needed to perform to ensure that our systems would get past a certain date. Now, I was involved in this. I worked with a company called Ericsson in Dublin, and we had a Y2K project team. And that was, our job was to go through all of the software and look for any 2-digit dates and change them to 4-digit dates, because the worry was when the clock ticked over from 99 to 2000, those digits would go to 00, and that was considered a potential reset code in software. So that was the big issue and the big concern for Y2K. Now, there's a lot of comparisons between Y2K and Q-Day, Q-Day being the date at which quantum computers will be able to break today's encryption. So we don't know when that date is coming, but it is coming. And if we compare the two projects, Y2K and Q-Day, you'll see a lot of similarities. So, there was a big project needed to audit code, to audit systems, and to make a replacement of some kind or other. There was potentially huge impacts as well. So for Y2K, there was concerns that planes would drop out of the sky, that ATM machines wouldn't work. So there was a massive amount of impact if we didn't get this right. Now, luckily, looking back at Y2K, it kind of went okay. There was very few issues, but the cost I read recently was $300 billion US dollars globally to get Y2K in place and get us past that line. So Q-Day is going to be somewhat similar in scale because there's a huge amount of verticals affected. There's a huge amount of processes that need to be audited. And then all those current encryption algorithms need to be migrated to post-quantum encryption algorithms. The only problem is we don't know when Q-Day is coming. So it's been kicked off now, this migration activity. So you'll see roadmaps, you'll see migration plans being kicked off, especially by the verticals like finance and government and military. They're the ones who are really concerned that their data is going to get harvested now and maybe decrypted later when we get quantum. So that's kind of setting the background. So what's the big difference between today's encryption keys and the ones that are being developed for post-quantum? And it's really key size. That's what it is. This is a very simple diagram to show you that today's keys are a certain length, number of bits, and the ones that are being developed for post-quantum are just longer keys, more bits, which makes them more difficult to be hacked by quantum computing. But the problem is the PQC algorithms, they will have an impact on CPU consumption, memory, latency, and other end-to-end performance metrics. So that's why there is a concern. And that's where testing needs to come into play. So why do we need to performance test PQC? Well, part of my job is to look at industry and what's happening across the different verticals. And, whenever there's a white paper or a report or a migration roadmap to do with PQC, I download it, I read it, and I make sure I understand what's in there. Now, on screen are 12 such reports that I've recently looked at. And, they kind of cover a wide spectrum of verticals. There's government in here, there's telecoms, there's finance, there's military. So, they're all saying the same thing, by the way. They're all saying that we need to migrate to post-quantum. We need to start the migration now. But also, if you look at these reports, there is nearly always a section or paragraph or a full page on performance impact, And I'm going to give you a couple of examples from here. So this one it's a UK quantum strategy for sovereignty and scale. And in this report, they say not all quantum safe algorithms will be suitable for every application. Trade-offs in speed, key size, and the complexity of implementation means that different systems will require different solutions. It also says that without visibility, government and regular stress testing, migration efforts will lag, leaving essential services exposed. So kind of a point towards stress testing there. Another one, this is from the GSMA. Now, GSMA are the body who look after all mobile operators worldwide. And they've written a document called Migration to Post-Quantum. And in it, they say that deployments must enter a testing phase to assess the viability of certain post-quantum cryptographic algorithms to minimize performance. So again, talking about testing, the reason being to minimize performance. Similarly, from Japan, the operator SoftBank have said that when cryptographic protocols are deployed, they can place a significant load on telecommunications, causing latency, resulting in poor quality and lower throughput. And then lastly, this is from a Dutch company called PCSI, who are looking after enterprises, small, medium, and large. And they said that, IT departments would really benefit from real world experiences like benchmarks conducted in real world implementation scenarios. The reason being that when IT companies need to upgrade their VPNs to PQC safe VPNs, they want to make sure that there's going to be no impact on the end users or the employees who dial in over VPN. But the one I like most from all of these reports is this one from the financial world, and it's from a company called BIS, which stands for the Bank of International Settlements. So what they did was they look after all the central banks of Europe. So they basically make sure that all financial transactions between central banks work, but will continue to work. So 2.5 years ago, they wrote this document called Quantum Proofing the Financial Industry. And they looked at doing some testing where they wanted to see if they upgraded to post-quantum algorithms, what would be the impact on financial transactions. And now the reason I really like this one is because they showed the tests that they performed. And these are the 8 tests that they said they would conduct. And these are perfect. These are what we would have recommended had they come to us if they asked for advice when it comes to performance testing. So you can see they've said that they want to set up a VPN, secure tunnel, using post-quantum protocols. They want to compare the comparison between traditional, which is today's algorithm, with the post-quantum algorithm. Then they want to look at the difference between different post-quantum algorithms. Then they want to set one up from scratch, et cetera, et cetera. So these are really strong test cases. What they didn't do was they missed scale tests. So they just did one transaction, one financial transaction between 2 central banks, and they checked how it worked, and it worked fine. But they didn't do a scale test, which is really important when it comes to finance, especially. They didn't do impairments. They didn't put in errors to see, well, what would happen in the case that there might be impairments in the network. They didn't do key rotation. They didn't do key generation testing. And they also missed repeatability. So because this was done on a live network, if they did that same test an hour later, the conditions change because it's a live network using routers, using different routes. Whereas if you do this in a lab, you've got controllability. You can repeat that test again and again and again, knowing the conditions are all the same. So I reached out to the author of this white paper, and I just gave my feedback, and I never got a response, but at least I was able to give them my thoughts. And then last month, they introduced the second iteration of this project called Project Leap 2. Now, for this one, they actually did high volume test, and they put in a negative test scenario, which is really good. They were the 2 of the points I brought up. But if you look at the bold text here, they said that in this second project, the tests revealed significant performance differences between traditional and post-quantum, pointing to the need for further testing and preparation before transitioning. So there's a worry here now that, 1 month ago, this big financial institution have said that we did a bit of scale testing and we found some really worrying signs. And they said we really need to do more testing. So scale test impairment was added, but if you look at the actual results, this is from their paper. It shows that the tests all passed, but that there were significant differences between traditional and post-quantum, insofar as the post-quantum signatures took 209 milliseconds to establish compared to the traditional, which was only 28 milliseconds. Now that's a huge difference when you look at the scale that's happening there. So, from our point of view, we're a test company and we would recommend testing, but it's nice to see that the actual industry itself is talking about the need for performance testing. So the reasons we think testing should be done, one size doesn't fit all. So, edge devices, they will be limited compute power and they will have smaller battery sizes. So they will need to have a suitable post-quantum cryptographic algorithm to maintain their performance. Scale test is really important. Single instance tests doesn't present the full picture. So you need to test in accordance with the use case. You also need to understand the limitations because, we're not testing to prove something doesn't work. We're testing to show the deficiencies where there is fault, where there is failure, and then you can mitigate against that. So understanding the bottlenecks, understanding the CPU limitations are really important. And the last one here is also important, cryptographic agility. This is the ability for an organization to be able to swap out an algorithm if it's breached. So let's say NIST, which is the National Institute for Standards in the US, who are proposing the next layer of algorithms. If they say that one of the algorithms they've proposed has been compromised by quantum, then you need to take another one off the shelf and swap that into the network. But the one on the shelf, how do you know that's going to be fit for use? You need to have done continuous testing to make sure that that will always work when it's dropped in at short notice. That's what cryptographic agility means. So we've done some testing. These are the results that we found. Now, the good news is that, migration to PQC for TLS and IPsec is achievable, but with proper planning. We also noticed that you do need an uplift in hardware, in architecture, in the underlying architecture, because there is an infrastructure capacity increase between 50 and 75%. We also noted that comprehensive scale testing is non-negotiable. You must do scale test if you want to test the limits, so you will always be able to have the worst case scenario covered. And there is a clear return on interest return on investment if you do proper testing. Because if you leave the testing and you just go straight out into the industry, into the live network with new algorithms, and you face failure, then you're going to have unhappy clients, you're going to have potential bad press, you're going to have financial penalties, and then you're going to have to do the testing anyway. So it makes huge sense to do this testing upfront, and then you launch with confidence. So because I've only got 1 minute left, I can share some of these results later, but we saw all these down arrows shows the performance with the PQC algorithm compared to traditional. So, you're seeing an average of 30 to 40% decrease in performance, whether that's connection setups or whether that's time to first byte. You can see a massive reduction in performance because the handshake required for these new algorithms takes so long. So these results we can share offline. But because we're stuck for time, the kind of last slide I want to show you here is that all of this can be mitigated against. So, we recommend performance testing, we recommend benchmarking so that you understand where the bottlenecks are, what the issues are. And then you can start taking remedial issues or actions such as optimizing cryptographic operations, maybe using different algorithms for different use cases. You can also introduce hardware acceleration so you can boost the CPU capacity and capability. Or you can do some kind of network and protocol tuning so that maybe you can, trust in certain circumstances, trust the first handshake and not have to do a repeat handshake along the chain. So to finish up, Q-Day is coming, and with the proper planning and preparation, we can get past Q-Day as we did with Y2K and keep our data intact. Okay, that was it for me. Thank you very much.
You have 5 questions, because I don't expect the panel to take full hour, so, yeah.
Okay, so, thank you for the presentation. I have several questions. One is, you test the hybrid solution, because now we are talking about that, okay, we don't fully trust even the post-quantum PQC, let's put it this way, that they are not tested time-wise. Did you test any of the hybrid solution?
You mean QKD?
No, no, no. Standard, like RC plus lattice space.
Oh, yes, yes, we did. So,
Performance.
so do you know, Damien, the colleagues in the audience?
How's
And I've obviously, when we look across the security levels, so we look at the information, this is very good, but they don't have, but they don't have sense to say, for the next tool, with that attach, incorporating the hybrid elements. First, you're seeing across the security levels, super very interesting on the CR. So you're getting the same performance at level 1 that you're getting at level 5, where you compare that passport or as you know the difference is massive. As you know, heat, that says right, all right. But then when you incorporate the same test, then it gets
thanks a lot. So the second question is because okay, I mean, we know that European Commission not some programs to say the integration of the QC in parallel with the problem. Because okay, we are only talking about the security algorithms or security protocols, but there are many applications. The security protocols will be embedded into their applications. I think really if we increase time or size of subtext or signatures, this would significantly affect the application. So what's your opinion on that? Because that's very important for the adoption of the tools we have.
Totally agree. And so, you know, our view is that you need to test that. You need to test it in a lab, but you need to test it with real applications, real traffic. And, you know, our tool is a emulation tool. So we emulate users, we emulate traffic, and we emulate applications so that, you know, you get a very good impression of what's happening in the real world before you deploy in the real world. But you're right, when you start scaling up and in the higher levels, then you need to understand what's the actual impact. So it's very important that you do this testing, but you also then are benchmarking with the correct metrics. So, you know, you're able to see what is the impact. If it's latency, is it throughput? Is it connections per second establishment? Is it MOS score? So all of those metrics are really important, and especially for the different verticals involved. And you're going to have more important metrics depending on the different vertical, but that's where we can, you know, absolutely test and recommend testing. You're very welcome. Any other questions? You done? Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. I just want to let you know, hear your thought on very low power devices.
Yeah.
Because they will be the part of the ecosystem, and we see like quantum computing is happening. So how do you see like the security for those low power devices? I'm not talking about edge device, but more regional.
Yeah. Again, so what NIST have already recommended, they recommended certain algorithms that they've tested, and they've said that from a security point of view, these are robust. And actually, you know, the point is that even though they can say they're robust now, we won't know until quantum computers are actually available. And maybe they won't be as robust as they hope, but the plan is they're robust. So, you know, we do have a small number of already recommended NIST algorithms, but they're not always going to be suitable for the small devices, which are low compute and low powered. But there is a huge list of just not recommended PQC algorithms to date, but we already support all of those non-recommended ones. It doesn't mean they're not suitable. It just means they haven't been recommended by NIST. But there is a big interest in those non-recommended PQC algorithms because some of them will be more suitable to the smaller devices, the low-power devices, the less compute-power devices. And that's why we're getting interest from our customers to look into testing those particular algorithms because they were more suitable to their use case. And also, you know, they might be the ones that aren't immediately targeted by the nefarious actors once the quantum compute comes out. Because, you know, if you have one that's off the radar, then it might be more safer to go with that one. And also you've got establishments who kind of go across different countries, and there might be individual governmental recommendations or regulations on one specific algorithm, but that mightn't suit, for example, NATO, who have, you know, a wide-ranging number of countries that they need to support and adopt. So they may also need to go off grid and look for their own algorithm. So yeah, you need to then start looking into the non-PQC recommended but applicable algorithms.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
were we clapping?
I think I got one.
Oh, you got one. I've got another one for questions and answers. Now we'll have last presentation now before we begin with the panel. So we'll have our colleague from NetSlab, Chamara Sandeepa, from last week, Dr. Chamara Sandeepa. So also a new role here. There you go. Oh, it's PDF, right? So I think it opens there. Can you see it? And I'll just make it full screen. No. Oh. Okay. Do you need the microphone, or are you happy with? Yeah. It needs to go green. Mute and unmute. No.
All right. Okay. So, hello everybody. So thank you very much for participating in the event. And I'm Chamar Sandeepa, and today I'm going to talk about our project, Genshield AI, which is based on enhancing the robustness and compliance in AI systems. So, so if you focus on the AI revolution recently, we know there's a huge boom over the last few years. However, we can see that the threats are silent. So if you see this example of Tesla car over here, so there could be like numerous tons of vulnerabilities everywhere in the AI systems, and there are like hundreds of research papers published for the same topic. So if you see this speed limit 35 can be mistakenly identified as 85 if you have like a small modification in the like value over there. So what we call this as a backdoor attack. In that case, that was like a real incident that was reported. So the consequences of this is also pretty high. So if you consider previous problems like the traditional compliance, so almost like every field, like, you know, like telco, enterprise software, aviation, and SMEs, like all of them have some examples of fines for GDPR violations. And the AI regulations are also emerging, especially in the EU, as well as the other areas, like, for example, US has its own bill of AI rights, and also UK, South Korea are introducing their own set of AI rules. And especially the EU AI Act will be fully enacting over the next year for like high risk domains. So the consequences will be a little bit higher than the GDPR. So previously the fines for, especially for the SME sector, let's say 20 million. However, with EU Act, it will be up to 35 million. So that's going to be like increasing day by day. So the regulatory pressure is also increasing. So we can say that, however, the regulations haven't caught up well with AI, because AI, as we all know, like it's a dynamic reality. But the compliance, if you consider the legacy compliance, it's quite abstract. Like we don't have a specific use case, specific idea on like how we can actually implement these compliance regulations. So typically it has this yearly audits and static policies, and also like a conventional process, and they will be like reactive, where like you will face some real issue. Only when you face it, you will have the fines, for instance. However, the dynamic AI reality is that the AI drifts can be made daily, for instance, like if you have like big shifts in data, and also the compliance should be like tailor-made, like it is based on individual products, and there's like no any ready-made solution for everybody. You have to like custom develop solutions for each and every organization, for example. And also, they have to be proactive, because there'll be like vulnerabilities that could be exploited and go unnoticed. So those are like the key issues. And so what we have identified is like the AI lifecycle should have like mainly two scenarios embedded into together. For example, the first pillar will be like the robustness requirements, and the second pillar is the compliance requirements. So the robustness requirements consist of this adversarial robustness and secure and resilient models, and also the explainability or the transparency of the models, and identifying this drift and anomalies in these AI models, and also the data and model integrity, which is like basically how we trust these data and also the AI models. And regarding the compliance, the different regulations like EU AI Act, and also the impact assessment and the risk associated with your data and models, and auditability and traceability of your process, the AI lifecycle, and also the privacy and fairness is another factor, and the continuous compliance is also another key requirement here. So that's why we are working on a platform called as GenShield AI. So in this platform, what we have is like compliance and robustness together to be developed. So let's say the compliance. So we have like this component where we can inspect the code compliance. So in the code, there could be like numerous vulnerabilities, and we can actually assess how safe your code, especially with the AI generated code. Let's say like what I recently read is like 1 out of 5 code that is generated by AI consists of vulnerabilities which could be exploited, as well as the libraries consist of many vulnerabilities. Because like you don't go directly into the internal libraries in the implementations. Instead, you inspect your code at surface level, but you don't actually go internally and inspect every line of code that are written in libraries. So that's also like one of the key problems. And the other one is the data compliance, which is in which you have to see like whether your data is actually safe against some de-anonymization, as well as whether you can have the plausible deniability of your data, like by implementing techniques like differential privacy, and also creating like some other anonymization techniques. And so that's where the compliance should go. And in our case, we have an LLM that was actually trained to identify a mapping between the compliance and the vulnerability. So it can actually identify. And also the other one is the robustness tester, where we have the multiple robustness tests, like evaluating how well the model is robust against the adversarial attacks, let's say evasion, poisoning, so likewise inference. So there are like a couple of attacks that we have implemented, and we test the models based on these attacks, and we obtain the metrics and we provide them into the output analyzer, where you can generate good comprehensive reports based on the metrics that you get. And so this is like the architectural implementation, high-level description of the implementation here. So what we do is like we create an API-based system where all of them can be connected via an API gateway, and you have the attack component, the adversarial attack engine, and that engine could generate like structured as well as semi-structured or unstructured data. So that's why we have like two different databases, for instance, and these the metrics that are coming is typically structured and it should be stored well. And the input data could be like semi-structured. So we have these NoSQL and SQL databases, and also the report generation component. If we like zoom into the report generation part, we have this recommendation library in order to minimize the hallucinations. For instance, we can actually provide these handmade like set of threshold metrics to define like how you have to provide the recommendations based on, and the LLMs will provide the good reporting about the vulnerabilities based on the metrics that we are getting. So this is like one of the deployment scenarios. We implemented this GenShield AI platform in our testbed at UCD. So it is used for evaluating the intrusion detection system, or like the IDS based XApps. So the idea is like we have the XApps that are using AI models to detect intrusions in the network. So the platform is used to assess the robustness of these AI models so that it can work safely under network traffic, like real network traffic. So then what we did was like we extended this into another testbed. Like in this case, we have used one partner who is University of Oulu. And what we can do is like we can get the models, we can import the models from that network to our network and test it so that we can provide the same solution across different networks, like mini Open RAN networks. So that's the idea in this particular deployment. And so moving into the results, so we have this both API as well as user interfaces, where like, let's say you don't have good expertise in using APIs or like the code level. So then you can use this interactive user-friendly interface to easily select the hyperparameters, set the parameters, and run your tests. So these are some of the results that we got from different experiments. So like basically different tests from our system. So based on the model complexity, we can see like, let's say like the IDS system has different versions of it, and small, medium, and large, we get like different accuracies over there. And also the poisoning can be made like under different poisoning ratios. We can see that the accuracy is degrading, as well as the class-wise accuracy. The entropy and confidence values are also changing with different poisoning levels. So the other test is like the FGSM, which is evasion, which is a type of evasion attack. As we can see that the evasion, when increasing the strength of the attack, we can see the test accuracies or decreasing. That means like the model is not being able to detect the data well in this case, and also the membership inference. So those are some of the tests that we have made. So from all these tests, what we can identify is that how well the model is actually being able to safely predict something. Let's say, for example, if we have a noisy data, then the FDSM attack shows that with increased noise, the model is not able to detect the data very well. So this is like some of the metrics that we can actually quantify how good the model actually is, and we can provide recommendations on how we can improve the quality of the model and what are the techniques that we can use to mitigate particular vulnerabilities in it. So, and we can provide the visualizations as well as reporting from our platform. So currently we have actually made into different achievements. So we have secured funding from multiple projects, starting from 6G Sandbox and Enterprise Island, and we have participated in multiple conferences, international conferences, as well as we have made into several hackathons, and so hopefully we aim to continue this work in the future so that we can provide real solutions for actual clients in the future. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
I think this is also a great example of moving from research to innovation and then the product, which is something that doesn't really, as we know, happens a lot. So we would love to see that in the group. There's questions? Go ahead.
Same question. How are you running?
Yeah, so this is like one of the key problems that we also have. Like, so let's say we are using the LLM for evaluating the compliance, like assessing how well the model is actually being able to detect this particular vulnerability in it. So for that, we are also working on like handmade data. So that's what we also see as the solution. The other thing is like regarding the report generation, for instance. So what we try to reduce the hallucination is by making sure that we have set of predefined metrics. Like let's say for attack success rate, let's say if it is like exceeding this particular threshold, predefined threshold, which is like based on actual research papers. So if it is like higher than this particular threshold, then it is more vulnerable. So like this, there should be like some rules that is actually mapped, I think, similar to Edgardo's research as well. So we also do that type of quantifiable measures so that we can provide some guardrails in it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that of course, like it's basically the accuracy of the actual intrusion detection scenarios. So let's say like what we did was like we used this radio telemetry metrics from the physical layer. So what we wanted to see is like whether this physical layer metrics can detect the anomalies, for instance. So we actually published a paper on this one, a separate one. But in that case, the accuracy is like in these particular ranges, like it's not too great. But if you consider the other like network packets, like the network layer, for example, it has like much higher accuracy compared to this physical layer metrics. So that was like two different scenarios of the same thing. So yeah. But the other thing is like these metrics, they are generating pretty fast. So let's say like this packets, for example, the packets are generating pretty fast. But if you consider the physical layer metrics, they are sampled across like different time windows. So they have like a little bit less accuracy compared to like instantaneous network packet. So that could be like one of the reasons. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so the actual test of this 6G sandbox, or like the experiments that we did is based on the robustness cases, but we are actually implementing this compliance components in the code scanning sector, which is like a separate component. So actually we haven't actually worked on the experimental part yet. So that's why I haven't included it. It's a work in progress. And regarding the privacy testing, we have done like different privacy attacks, like for example, membership inference, the inference attacks, as well as the reconstruction or like the model inversion type of attacks. So the metrics there is the attack success rate, for instance, like how well the model is able, the attack is able to recover the original data, for instance. So that's kind of like the value. So we have like different metrics for that one, the mean squared error. And so likewise, how much error is incurred when recovering the original data. So that was like the quantifiable metrics that we can get. Yeah. Yeah, for in our case, like we use both white box and black box attack scenarios, because it's basically we can assume like let's say the attacker is an internal attacker, then in that case it could be like white box for the attacker, and if it is like an external one, then they have to query the model, for instance, and do the attack. So in that case it will be like black box, but in our case we can test both white box and black box attack types.
Okay, we now have to move to the panel. So again, thank you, Chamara. Thank you for the questions, and I'm sure you can. Thank you. You can catch all the presenters during the lunch break. So now the panel will be led by Shen Wang, and we have 5 great panelists that I guess will be introduced. So I'd like to invite all of them, and just mind the cable. Thank you.
Oh, we will need to pass on this little microphone, right?
Let's check the camera.
So Rafael, you can see it here. Hardy, you will here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Great. So what I will do is please hold this microphone so that maybe as we as the panel discussion goes along, just pass it up to the people who will be to pick up the question. Okay. So I will just use the microphone here. Okay.
Okay.
Everything.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bart. Thanks, everyone. So, yeah, hello, everyone. My name is Shen Wang. I'm co-director of NetLab, and at the same time, assistant professor from School of Computer Science at UCD. So I'm very glad to be here, and it's my honor to moderate this panel discussion, which is themed AI-driven threats and defenses across next generation networks, from radio attacks to autonomous systems. So I think so in terms of myself, my research interest is sitting in between AI and distributed systems. Specifically for NetLab, I'm more sitting on the academic side, overseeing these research progresses. So And also over this morning's session, we have seen a lot of interesting talks on different aspects. So the main idea of this panel discussion is trying to wrap it up and then kind of looking forward to more talks in the afternoon after a lunch, so that we will have a broad and coherent view and takeaway before our lunch break. Okay, so what I will do is I will still need to kindly ask each one of our panel to briefly introduce themselves. I know some of them already gave the talk earlier this morning, but some of you may miss their talk. So let's maybe start from Raphael from Keysight Technologies. He's a senior cybersecurity researcher. So do you want to briefly introduce yourself and also your research background?
Yes. So my main research background or my main tasks in Keysight is offensive security. So I basically research the whole spectrum or all the domains of the 5G and /6G networks.
Thank you. And you want to pass to
Okay, it's
Ardeep?
Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you have been enjoying the session actually since morning. Interesting talks and so many things are going on. Myself is Pradeep and I have been working with the University of Warwick in the UK. And if I talk about my research, I'm kind of second generation. I call myself second generation researcher. When I say second generation means I do a lot of crypto analysis. So that's why I call myself second generation researcher. I have been leading a security protocol research lab at Warwick, and we have been playing with quite many protocols, analyzing security, finding vulnerabilities, and somehow bridging the gap. So here I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, Pardeep will have another talk this afternoon, so
Yeah.
feel free to join his talk.
Oh, hello again. So Edgardo Montedioca, I'm CEO and founder of Montimage, which is a research-oriented SME in Paris. So we specialize in cybersecurity and network monitoring and protocol analysis and things like that.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Multur also focused on the legal implications of AI and AI-related technologies like 6G. And I'm here today with my PhD student. He will complete his secondment under Ensure 6G project. And nice to seeing you all.
Hello again, Owen O'Donnell from Viavi. I'm a product manager for our test and measurement tool, which is called TerraVM. We mainly test 5G systems, that is core networks, base stations, Open RAN equipment, etc. But more recently, with a direction in towards post-quantum evolution, as I discussed in my talk. Nice to talk to you again. Will I hold on to it?
Thank you. Yes, please. So, thank you everyone for your quick and clear and concise and interesting introduction to yourself and also your organization and also your research background. So, what we can do for the next is maybe we can start from one question for each one of you, so that you can maybe feel more comfortable to talk about your expertise and also the link to our panel discussion topic today, AI-driven things from the whole 6G aspect, moving towards the next generation network. So, and after that, I will leave this floor to you. If you have any questions, feel free to jump in and point out specific a panel or all panelists you want to ask. But before that, let's go in maybe one by one. So since the microphone is at Owen's side, so I have a question. Let's get started about post-quantum cryptography. So, by the way, that's a very good presentation. I'm not an expert in this area, but I found it is quite easy for me to pick it up, the new concept. So, before your presentation, I thought this is definitely something about the quantum computing or algorithm designs things, but eventually it is about performance testing, which I suppose most of us are very familiar with. So I think thinking about moving towards the next generation mobile network, where do you see is the biggest practical risk of PQC, post-quantum cryptography adoption? It is on the transport layer or edge or, yeah.
No, it's a really interesting topic, and thank you for asking that. So, the first thing to kind of point out is the fact that 5G, which is what we have today, is not quantum safe. So there isn't any protection on the interfaces of 5G, but the standards body, which is 3GPP, who are responsible for implementing the standards, they've recognized this, and they've targeted 6G as being quantum safe. Now, they've already initiated a study item. It's called Study on Transitioning to PQC for 3GPP. It's a study item in what's called Release 20. Now, Release 20 is currently under development, but it's planned to be made available for 6G. So that's the standards body side of things. But when it comes to the different areas and which is going to be the most complex, I think it could be the core network. So the current core network of 5G, it's called a service-based architecture, and it contains about 25 different functions. Now they include the AMF, SMF, UPF, those type of functions. But all of these different functions, they interface with each other through different protocols. They could be IPsec, DTLS, OAuth, those type of protocols. So every single one of them needs to be upgraded to become quantum safe. So that's quite a big task for any core network vendor who is starting to look into that. But then you've got the RAN. So from the RAN point of view, you also need to ensure that the RAN signaling is quantum safe. And that means making sure that authentication and encryption is upgraded to post-quantum. And that implies upgrading the NAS protocols and the ORC protocols. But then the last one you mentioned, which is edge. And again, that needs to be fully considered, because at the edge, and I kind of touched on it briefly in my presentation, you've got low power devices, and you've got computationally challenged devices, which need to be considered as to what algorithm you position on those devices so that you don't drain them really quickly, but you keep them safe. And with the edge, you've got a huge number of devices, and that increases the attack surface. So you kind of have this balance of security, performance, to balance correctly when it comes to protecting the entire network. So lots of challenges, but what you need is a good test company to help you, if we could only think of one.
Great. Can I ask a follow-up question about that? Because this is a really interesting topic. And since we're now having this event on university, I think maybe most of the students who may share the similar questions that I have is, I think you touch upon very nicely about the tricky trade-off that PQC design needs to achieve between the cryptographic resilience and performance requirement. So, but we were told that when you design the algorithm or the protocol, you have this computation complexity, and once that thing comes out, then it means that this is the bound of the performance. So if we already know that the PQC safe protocol that has this kind of bound, why do we need to go for different scaled testing? And if the testing failed, does it mean that we need to go back and redesign the new PQC resilient algorithm?
Again, no, that's a very good interpretation of what the challenges are. And the way I would kind of quickly answer that is, It depends. So use cases, you've got so many use cases in mobile telephony, and with 6G, 6G is looking at bringing sub-millisecond latency and terabit per second throughput. And with those kind of additional demands on a network, you need to have either really great computational power or hardware acceleration to get to those points. But if you combine that then with protecting the data so that it's cryptographically safe, then you have a trade-off. And while you made a good point that when NIST are picking an algorithm, it's not going to be a one size fits all, because you will have different use cases that you need to be wary of, and understanding that if it's an AR, VR, or even a remote surgery or autonomous driving, then you kind of absolutely no latency whatsoever. So if you have cryptographic latency in there, well, then that's a no-no. So you need to make sure that the use case you're looking at has been properly tested to understand that it's either got the right hardware or the right computational power against the right cryptographic algorithm to maintain that performance. So it's a case of not one size fits all.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this means that we need to test at the system integration level, which is totally another different aspects of pure algorithm complexity.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Owen. So maybe let's move on to the next experts we have on board, Bashak. So I think, since Bashak's research background is sitting from the legal side, legal domain, to see how this technology evolves and making sure that it's compliant with our interest. So I think the first question I have for you is specifically to our panel discussion topic. We call it AI-driven autonomous network, right? So, for example, if we continuously monitoring some traffic, we identify it is a normal, benign, or malicious. If it is malicious, we take some actions, and then we hopefully fix it, or maybe unintentionally create more problems. So in the future, in the next generation AI-driven network, if we have this large-scale deployment of agentic AI and these kind of actions taken by AI agent, so in terms of the legal side, if something goes wrong because of the AI agent's decision, who should be responsible for, like the developer of the AI system, the maybe user, or because it's misuse of something, or so from the legal side, how would you see this kind of tricky problem?
Thank you very much. And even today, it is so hard to attribute legal liability to anybody, any shareholder. But when 6G becomes a reality beginning from 2030, the network will be highly automated, and there will be some real-time decisions made by autonomously. So this is the real challenge, not only technical, but also from the legal domain. Even today, we cannot answer your question quickly because it differs the application area of AI, whether it is an AI system or it is an AI agent, or will it be an agentic AI. But there are lots of regulations, including EU's Artificial Intelligence Act. However, it doesn't involve any solution about liability issues. However, we have in the EU updated product liability legislation, and also NIS2 and Cyber Resilience Act frameworks for cybersecurity. Some of them brings ex ante provisions, some of them brings ex post provisions for attributing liability. For example, I believe that in near future we will need Chamara, because I don't think that legal questions can be answered solely by legal persons, but with technical solutions also, as Chamara showed perfectly with Gen Shield AI. And in my opinion, it's the most important thing, I guess, who is in control of an AI system mostly. And because of the security is much more challenging, we can say that there are too many legislative frameworks and sometimes they are contradict with each other. However, we need some minimum set of rules. Let me show you an answer. For example, example, recently published article shows that it was published by Anthropic, AI Security Institution and Alan Turing Institution altogether. They showed that even for a large model, only 250 documents were enough to poison the data set of the model. So if this model is used for security decisions, then we have to impose some ante requirements for both the deployers and providers of these AI models. But for example, in a case of Tesla car, and if the provider perfectly is in compliance with the regulations and the end user, if she or he should update the software and not, so the distribution of liability will also be on the end user also.
So which means that there's still a lot of work to do on the legal side in the intersection with these new technologies, right?
Yes, and if you implement non-terrestrial and terrestrial network integration top onto this, then and if direct-to-device communication will be common, then everything will be much more challenging. So that we have to find the answers beginning from today.
Yeah, that's interesting. So do you think the existing EU legal frameworks are sufficient enough to address these questions, or do you think we probably need a more specific, maybe let's call it a 6G Act or 6G AI Act in the near future?
Actually, EU is in the processing of some simplification procedure of the EU AI Act and GDPR. And maybe not so specific with 6G because it would mean that we will have to update our regulations every 10 years. Yes, maybe we will have to, but it will depend on the technology itself. But there are some legislative frameworks are on the way regarding 6G. For example, Digital Networks Act. It will be about the security of the network, and also Space Act. It will be about the security of space. For example, satellites, both resilience and security and sustainability.
Great, thank you, Başak.
Sorry, I forgot to tell something. One of the most critical thing is that I'm not afraid of technology. I'm afraid most of the market concentration. And this compliance also is a financial burden for small and medium-sized companies. So maybe an efficient solution should be found out for them as well.
Oh, see, I think you raise a very interesting point. Maybe more and more new legal frameworks may, kind of create the over workload for the new SMEs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they actually, according to what Chamala just presented, it might create new opportunities for new styles of SMEs to do this automatic compliance work using new technology.
Yes, even for legal people, we can innovate some tools and techs that support technical compliance.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's going to be a very exciting area in the future then. Thank you. Thank you, Başak.
One thing about the acts, there's a lot of acts, but not enough actions.
So yeah, let's still, keep this AI related discussion ongoing. So Edgardo, so I think your presentation is heavily about this LLM driven AI monitoring and managing things. So and also I think it's very interesting and very important that you put almost at the very beginning feel that, okay, LLM cannot do this and that. So, which means, LLM is not one very powerful solution to solve all. So, according to your perspective, what do you see is the biggest near-term value of LLMs in telecom and the next generation 6G environment? Is like monitoring that we can use LLM immediately and get value from it, or managing, or testing,
I think that
near-term.
LLM agents and machine learning can be used to improve like I said, the workflow for security, But you always have to have the human in the loop to be able to control it, and to be able to mitigate. So what we presented this morning, that's what we're doing, is using in-band networking that allows to program the data plane, and this allows to implement, extract or define what needs to be detected and what actions need to be taken using LLM and machine learning, and then this can be translated to decision trees that are implemented in the switches that correspond to match and react tables. So this can allow rapidly dealing with detected security threats.
Yeah. So yeah, I think also, according to your presentation, we can see AI can do a lot of things. Like, what type of these things do you think that we can, for example, from the company's perspective, we can deploy it quickly and get benefit from it?
Well, one of the things that I feel important for SMEs is the awareness. So be able to train the users to be more how to deal with them, and this is very then LLMs can be used, but it should be a more controlled LLMs, not the large LLMs that can be by false information.
Okay, great. So you've mentioned about several times that LLM is great, but it can create hallucinations. It creates reliability problems, and it needs human in the loop. And the follow-up question about that is, how can we do you think what is the best way to quantify the human in the loop things? How much human work is still needed to ensure that LLM is working in a relatively high reliability level, that we can, still leave a large scale quantity amount of work for machine, not human, to do the whole monitoring, let's say.
I can't answer that. I don't know how.
Great. Maybe we can leave this question for the later general discussion then. Thanks, Edgardo. Thank you. So, Pardip. So, I think your talk this afternoon will be about connected autonomous vehicles, right? And also, I think in Raphael's presentation earlier this morning, one of the critical infrastructure and the scenarios you've mentioned about, one of that is connected vehicles as well. So we all know that when something goes wrong in connected and autonomous vehicles ecosystem, the bad results might happen very quickly, right? So still, come back to our panel discussion focus is how are we going to design this more safer next generation wireless network? So what are the most critical trust assumptions that might break down when vehicles are fully relying on these 5G or 6G connectivities?
Thank you, by the way. Sorry, I'm very bad in handling mics. So, being as a researcher or security researcher, I could see few things which we really need to be considered actually. One of them is when we talk about 5G, 6G, 4G, or any other technology actually, what kind of assumptions are being made? We really need to think about whenever we are building our systems, secure systems, what kind of trust or implicit trust assumptions are being made. Most of time, whenever we are building any system, so in my opinion, as I said, whenever we are designing any protocol or any AI model, we make some implicit assumptions. So those implicit assumptions could be anything, basically. We really need to be very careful how to verify those assumptions. Until unless we don't verify them, it is very hard to say, or it is very hard to protect your network, protect your vehicle, protect your anything which is online. This is very high level assumptions from my perspective. Second thing is, though we have all the authentication mechanism already in place, but do we really question on those authentication mechanisms? For example, if I ask in this room a simple question, whenever we are having any update on our mobile phone, how many of us we really take care of whether this whether this update is coming from a legitimate entity? How do you verify it? We just assume that, hey, because of this is an implicit assumption that we trust on Vodafone, we trust on other mobile operators, we trust on Microsoft, Google, and so on and so forth, but we cannot really verify that trust actually. So now you can see what are the problems basically. So we really need to educate us, first of all, how to verify that trust, implicit trust. We cannot really rely on implicit trust when you are designing any sophisticated systems, algorithms, and so on and so forth.
So basically, do you think that maybe connected and autonomous vehicles, this scenario could be one of the scenarios that are most reluctant to take maybe 5G or 6G on board, unless we find a very trustworthy model, then we prefer to rely on the existing connectivity.
Well, I have a very mixed feeling, by the way. If I talk about AI experts, they may say, hey, we have really built very sophisticated AI model that can detect any anomalies with highest accuracy. But again, those models may be fit with some assumptions. When you go out of the assumptions, then they would raise their hand actually. They surrender completely. Sorry, my model is not going to work with this situation. So we really need to think about, again, what kind of assumptions are being made. Now, if I give you an example, actually, vehicle to vehicle communication. So one vehicle will be talking to another vehicle, if not now, definitely in coming years. So these vehicles will be sending data, receiving data. And based on those data, several decisions will be made, how we can trust. So we have to have something in place. I don't know how, but we are getting there because there are already some initial initiatives done with the zero trust architecture. So we need to think of how we can implement those zero trust architecture efficiently so that we can really somehow perform trust or move forward in more trustful manner.
Great, thank you, Pardeep. And I think we are looking forward to your talk later this afternoon. Maybe we can find more concrete ideas how to build this trust model. And also, my understanding is that maybe Owen previously mentioned about this tricky trade-off to achieve between resilience and performance. Once he's thinking about next generation PQC, and I think maybe connected autonomous vehicles might be one of the most difficult scenarios to test that. Okay, so yeah.
One thing, in answer to your previous question that I didn't answer, maybe what we need is to be able to have a virtuous feedback loop to be able to improve the security where the human is involved, but it will improve the automation of the cybersecurity, and also be able to measure, have quantitative objective measures on the quality of the results from LLMs or agents or whatever. No?
Right. Maybe we can further develop this idea to a new research paper or grant proposals later. We can discuss more during the lunch break. So let's move on to the last panelist before we open the floor to everyone. Raphael, so I think in your presentation, you were talking about specifically these radio level vulnerabilities, right? I think it's very interesting, and also you have the demo to show, and you have a lot of concrete numbers from your testing results. So my question is actually firstly about let's keep in this radio level and moving forward from 5G to 6G in designing the next generation wellness network architectures. What kind of radio level vulnerabilities might still persist, might still exist, and also what kind of concrete changes, for example, protocol or testing or certificate level that we need to do to move from this reactive detection to proactive prevention. Because in 6G, we will have more connections. We will need to reach more higher level and more stringent performance target, so that instead of detecting these vulnerabilities, proactive prevention might be more valuable. But in terms of doing that, maybe that we need to do some concrete changes. Can you give some examples or just some ideas?
Yes, sure. I think we need to split the problem in two. This morning we discussed mainly about the downlink issue, but we also have the uplink issue. For the uplink issue, that we have attackers going through the network, I think the next generation is being more prepared. Even we can see with the other researchers here that they are creating a security layer for XApps or even for core network. We also have a bunch of test cases that can somehow prevent attacks from the uplink, especially on the AMF, if we are talking about network functions. But on the other way around that we presented this morning, then I'm a bit more pessimistic, because I think for the broad number or the broad equipment, the vulnerabilities, or at least the attack surfaces, will still persist with the new technology. And then in order to solve this problem, I'm a bit confident with the regulations like CRA or even the AI Act that can look into detail in the specific use cases, and then say, okay, we can trust probably in mobile, in the 5G or 6G for to transmit infotainment, if we are talking about autonomous driving, but maybe not for yet, not for sensor data or command control, for instance. So I think it will be refined by the verticals. That's what I want to say. Then answer your second question about what is the kind of countermeasures. Again, we have the two perspectives. All of them, of course, are based on test and monitoring. From the uplink side, the new proposal, the architectures, as we discussed it today, could cover part of the problem in terms of security and testing. And the active monitoring, solutions that are popping up, like fake base station detection or even jamming detection, could cover part of the monitoring part. On the other way around, by implement concepts like DevSecOps or even secure by design or zero trust, if it's well implemented and if you have how to control the whole development life cycle of those devices, it could complement very well and could solve part of the problems, in my opinion.
Great, thank you, Rafael. So I think let's now open the floor to everyone. We have our widespread experts in telecommunication security, in AI, and also in tech laws. So if you have any questions or interesting topics you would like to discuss.
Output a very common question. I mean, AI and voice in the center of the discussion. So, as a cybersecurity expert, I know AI is both a tool for defense and also for offense. And this not only concerned with applications like anomaly detection, but also concerned with, for example, crypto. So we know that the AI has been used to assist such attacks, or there are also attempts to use Gen AI for attacking the PQC algorithms. You are all domain experts. I want to hear your opinion. I mean, because on one hand, we are using Gen AI or AI in general to devise different solutions. At the same time, we know that the attacker or the malicious entities are leveraging those kind of knowledges trying to exploit the systems. There's a big discussion now broadly in the community, which side won, and what's the other?
You can maybe start,
So,
or do you want to address someone?
Do you want to poll?
On the side of the attacks, it could bring value to give a shortcut for some simple or known attacks. But still, for unknown or zero-day attacks, it should be a bit more complex because it could also it also depends, as we said before, as some validation of some expert human to validate attacks are succeeding or not, and that for me, I. So want to proceed?
Would like to say anything?
I think the problem is not only technical, it's also social, because like drug trafficking and things like that, it's an economical problem. If we block the profit that malicious entities can get from cyber attacks. Maybe this will help also, no?
It's a great question, thank you. And also from a legal perspective, for example, cybersecurity certification would be a solution or not. For example, ENISA is authorized by the European Commission by certification schemes in the European Union, and maybe in certain critical infrastructures, for example, communication or transportation, which kind of material, which kind of AI will be integrated, must be under certificated. Only certificated tools can be integrated. I don't know, can it be solved, but maybe it can be a small part of the solution.
And just one final comment. I think it's a great point. I think AI can bring so much positivity to mobile telephony, especially, but there is that risk. And luckily we have the types of forum like AI RAN Alliance, which has been in a couple of years, and their job is to look at how AI can increase the productivity of mobile networks and spectrum allocation, etc. But they also have to look at the opposite side and see what defense mechanisms should be put in place to avoid the exact situations that you point out. I don't have the answers, but the fact that there's a body looking into that is important.
Thank you. So we have 3 more minutes to go for the lunch break. So we have room for maybe one more question. Please.
Information. I'm not say so in advance. If I'm correct, post-quantum covers this state of art in terms of security. But is it possible to store the data encrypted and decrypted? It's later new things, and it's possible. Do you see data storage itself become the big point rather than encryption?
That's a great question. And in fact, I did mention it, but not very clearly in my talk. So the term is called HNDL, Harvest Now, Decrypt Later. And that's the concern that, until companies migrate to PQC, then data which is stored now can be used by quantum computers to decrypt when they're available. And then that still allows attack on existing data and existing financial transactions, etc. And it's because of that risk, HNDL, that the migration effort is underway now. So, it's a great point, and it's the biggest concern out there right now. So, yes.
Yeah, please.
So granting legal personality to artificial intelligence, beneficially addressing the legal liability arising from decisions made solely by AI.
No, because AI is not, we are not at that phase, and I don't know if we will ever be, but maybe in the future we can talk. But at the moment, I don't think that AI itself can be legally liable, because then how can we compensate, for example? How can we make our legislation deterrent enough to providers to take necessary cybersecurity requirements? So that will create much more challenging things and distrust among the society. And thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Special thanks to Rafael, Pardeep, Edgardo, Bashak, and Owen for your very insightful discussion. Let's give an applause. Okay. I suppose we we're moved to the lunch break, or we have any more?
For the speakers, the second session, and also for the panel. So to give this award, so I will ask Professor John Murphy, so he's the director of research at School of Computer Science. So first I will invite Eduardo, so thanks. Listen. Oh, yeah.
Nice try. Thank you.
Pradeep.
So I hope I don't have this.
And Prasad. I think you already got rid of it.
Whoops, sorry, I knew I was going to draw.
And finally, for Jamala.
You got yours. No, you don't get it. You got yours very.
Then you have our.
Yeah, you're taking. Yeah. Right. No, that's all. Yes. Okay. Thanks very much.
Can we go for
Yeah, that's like a new color. Can you show? Yeah. Okay.
One,
Right, so now ready for the lunch.
Thank you. So we'll now break for lunch. It's 1 hour. I also want to remind you to try to visit the quantum trailer that is just outside of the building. And I will see you here back at 1 for 3 more presentations. So I'm gonna run out also maybe to get everyone else. Give me 1 minute.
It's already 7 past actually. I don't know my time.
Okay, so we're back with the second part of today. We are expecting 3 great presentations. So the first one is by Pardeep Kumar that you have already heard and seen talking during the panel. So thank you for this. And then we'll have another 2 talks, one by List and one by Queen's University of Belfast. So the stage is yours. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you so very much, Bob. It's quite really disappointing, like, not everybody is back yet.
There are people still walking back.
Okay, but that's okay. I was expecting basically, same, like, after lunch, many people will be disappeared. But that's okay, good for us actually. We can have very nice discussion also. Okay, so for next 20 minutes or so, I will be just talking about, like, security dynamics through the lens of security dynamics of one of our existing project, which is called Intelligence to Drive, Move, Save, Win. The project is, again, it's a Eureka project funded by Innovate UK. Very small acknowledgement that, as I said, like, this is a kind of joint collaboration between EMS, Brunel University, and Warwick WMG. Now I would like to have really, like, my, like, very active participations from my audience. Let's talk about quickly or revisit mobility before 1990s, 90s or 99. How many of you have used, let's say, this ox cart or bullet cart for your day-to-day mobility purpose? Say, can I have, like, a show of hands, please? If somebody. My question is, how many of you have used horse cart or ox cart as a vehicle to go from A to B or from one place to another place? Horse cart. Good. At least we have someone brave. Okay, 2, 3. Yeah, very good. See, using it for one day is a different story, but using it every day, it's completely different story. So I'm just talking about, like, you have been using horse cart or ox cart in day-to-day life. I have used, by the way. When I was growing, I was going to school, we were always using, like, this ox cart to go to one village to another village. It would take, believe me, like, 2 kilometers, nearly 1 hour, slowly. And then I have had, like, okay, my father have had kind of one car, which is called Maruti Suzuki in India, if you are from there. So it was again, like, kind of complete change for us in early 2000. And since then, like, there have been a lot of, like, technology built, new autonomous vehicle built, and so on and so forth. Let's, completely talk about different now. See, I was talking about mobility in late 90s. Now I'm talking about mobility in 2026. How many of you have been driving cars as of today, please? May I have show of hands? Say yes, please. Yeah, Madhushanka, you don't drive? Car. Say yes, man. You are here, part of the audience, by the way. Yes, I really would like to have very interactive discussion, basically. So most of you have been driving, like, modern cars today. How these cars are different than previous generation or the cars which were we using like, in 90s? Anyone, please? Yes? Yes, automated driving, very good. Sensors, yes. Yeah. Ricardo? Anything? No? GPS, okay. ADAS. Huh? Second? eSIM. Okay, good. Yeah, infotainment or mobile calls and this and that. So, okay. The beauty of like, modern car is, if you look at like, the modern cars, they have decision making done within few seconds, sometimes milliseconds. Whereas the decisions were made in ox cart would take like, several minutes, several hours sometime. Huh? Likewise, proximity, if you look at the boundaries, with the ox cart, you may have some boundaries, but with the autonomous vehicle, the boundaries are limitless. We really don't know what instructions is being executed in which city. We really don't know. The limits are boundless, limitless. Likewise, systems of systems actually. If you look at, again, back in 1990s, we did not have systems of systems basically. But these days, within your autonomous vehicle, there are several systems. For example, infotainment. Another one, your maps, your ADAS, like advanced assistant driving systems. So many systems of systems are being built, and where they are running, we really don't know. They are running in USA, one is running in USA, another one is running in Netherlands, another one is running maybe in Ireland, Dublin, we don't know. So you can see the complexity of the systems actually. Likewise, lifetime of the devices. If let's say I would have a ox cart, if it has some lifetime, I would throw it, will take the wooden out from the cart, maybe burn them for my like cooking stuff. But these devices, like as of today, their lifetime is very small, by the way. If one of the sensors from my car is somehow, let's say, not been working, I will throw it away. And when I talk about sensors, someone can really like take over the sensor and they can dig out a lot of information from the sensor. So we really need to think about that. Likewise, security protocols. So for for ox cart or horse cart, we did not have any security protocol. But here you have to think about security also of your devices, of your communication and so on and so forth. So you can see like, the mobility as of today is really, really very complex. We are building very, very complex systems. Now, can I have again show of hands? How many sensors or ECU does your typical car have as of today? May I have some show of hands, please? Anyone who has done something with the autonomous vehicle? Say yes or no. Yes? You might have seen my previous presentation at Bing Voice. Yes. So if you look at, if I give you like, kind of a timeline, then in 1990s, your car might have had, kind of 1 to 5 ECUs. And then 2000, the number has gone up to like, 50, 60. And these days, like, if you look at your car, if you really understand the mechanism or the systems within the car, you would really see more than 70 or 100 ECUs. Not only ECUs, but you have like other sensors also. So these all ECUs or sensors are making your vehicle more complex, more smart also. And we are not talking about radars and LiDAR, and this is completely different story basically. If I tell you, Waymo, a Waymo car, how many LiDAR or radar system they do have? It's a big number basically. Anyway, so this is not our concern. So all these ECUs, sensors are making your Internet of Vehicles more complex because of these sensors will be talking to other vehicles. These sensors will be talking to infrastructure. These sensors will be talking to pedestrians. These sensors will be talking to roadside units. These sensors will be talking to your red lights and so on and so forth. So, several things basically in this very complex system. One thing, there are like several challenges. One interesting part for me is communication. How the communication will be happening within the vehicle or externally. Okay, let's have a quick look on this slide. On the left-hand side, we have internal communication. By the way, how many of you have been working with autonomous vehicle? Okay, quite many. Okay, good. Did you play with the protocols? Say yes or no. Okay, not everybody. So it will be like kind of good session for us. You will be learning. I will be also learning. Oh, only 5 minutes, man. Okay, there are so many communication protocols. So I will go quickly with the internal communication protocol. LIN, local interconnect network. Then FlexRay, CAN, very well known. And then your MOST, which is mainly for the infotainment system, actually, media and other stuff. So we have done some analysis and try to break them down within our lab settings. So what we have done, we just assume that, okay, somehow any adversary would fit any device, counterfeit device to your vehicle, and they can play easily with your vehicle. So in this, basically, we have done, in this experiment, we have analyzed FlexRay protocol. FlexRay is the one which is taking control of your brakes, your steering, your many more systems actually within the vehicle. So we played with the FlexRay, and then we try to somehow inject some commands, and believe me, we were able to take over the brakes within the vehicle basically. So these are some snippets of our code, and we were able to somehow illuminate the ABS light on the dashboard. Once you have ABS light illuminated on your dashboard, you start panicking. So it was a kind of nice exercise for us. Likewise, we have done for the CAN also. So if you know little bit a tool, Kali, you can really play with the several attacks. So here we have done replay attack very successfully on CAN protocol. Okay. Another one, quickly. In previous slide, I was talking about internal communication. Now let's quickly talk about external communication. External communication means when your vehicle is talking to other vehicle, your vehicle is talking to maybe roadside infrastructure. So they use usually this protocol, which is called DSRC, that dedicated short range communication. It's completely based on IEEE 802.11p. Another one is, C2V2X. It's very well-known protocol as of today. In Asian countries, it is somehow already in progress, and many countries have been using or implementing it in day-to-day life. So our interest was here to analyze the security of DSRC, basically. So we have just bought some Wi-Fi adapter, which can capture some frames, and it can also inject packets, and we did same. So we have used some we bought some devices which is being used for the vehicle-to-vehicle communication, or if you want to implement some cruise control, intelligent cruise control, this device is being used. We did some experiments, and we found that, interestingly, lack of entity authentication. And there were no confidentiality for the data or for the payload actually. It's really very interesting. Yeah. There is an integrity, packet integrity, but it is just like, very weak one. They are saying like, yes, there is some security implemented, but it's a questionable security basically. Anyway, lesson learned. We are really living in a very exciting time where we can see like, autonomous driving happening in day-to-day life. But the security is still like, stuck. Safety, again, another issue. So many like, standards are being made for safety, but I would still question security basically. Companies, manufacturing companies, big companies are saying, hey, we have security, but do you really have adequate security implemented for your vehicle? Questionable. Anyway, so we really need to do too much. We really need to somehow get together, collaborate, and work done. My final slide is, this is the homework, by the way, for you, not for me. Why people do not trust their smart cars as of today. Think about it. Thank you so very much. It's me. If you have any question or many questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, good to go.
Because okay, we can think about safety through the lens of cybersecurity. So in order to be certified, to be safe, for example, autonomous vehicles, etc., I assume you would need to test those cybersecurity aspects in order to certify that, for example, the control system won't be taken over by adversaries. By this or that. So, if those, let's say, cars are already on the market, why do they fail? Because by doing so, clearly they can't pass the safety check.
Well, that's a good question, actually. For example, we might have heard like, stories about Tesla S model few years back. If we look at like, Tesla, they are well known, by the way. I don't know, like, why they are not considering security at highest priority. Maybe safety, yes. But as you said, like, security may lead to safety issues also. I don't have any answer basically for them. Even back in the UK recently, JLR, big giant actually in manufacturing, in car manufacturing, completely like, everything was stopped. It happened like, only last year, late last year, for several months, cyber attack, full cyber attack on their supply chain, nothing. I really do not have an answer for this, to be honest, because of, I don't know why car manufacturing companies are not taking security or cybersecurity at highest priority.
Really must, because now it's the same as the artificial intelligence, because cybersecurity is the brother, everybody knows it, but clearly now cybersecurity failures would lead to safety failures or other failures as well. I guess I would assume the expectation at least with the power on this, there's a price.
It's not only about autonomous vehicle, basically. If I give you an example of other, how to say, well-established industries, for example, aviation, believe me, you will question on yourself why I'm flying. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Batim. So now we have Yujon from Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. Again, another great Ensure 6G consortium member. I just need to find your slides. So this will be after lunch and here. Okay, so you will have the presenter mode on this screen. Slideshow. Okay, there you go.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Eugene. I'm a senior R&D scientist at Licht Luxembourg. Am I going to do this?
That's fine. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so just stand closer.
Okay.
Just share.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, amazing.
Okay, so today I'm presenting our work about fine-tuning versus RAG, deploying efficient and effective large language models for telecom security applications. So before we dive in, I will give you some context about how this research came to be. So this is not a pure research exercise. Actually, this is a real collaboration with a major telecom infrastructure provider in Luxembourg. So that means we have the direct access to their operational security challenges. We have access to their proprietary documentation. And most importantly, we could test our solutions with their security team. So this joint effort is all about bridging the gap between academic research and what is really needed in the industry. Don't miss. Okay. So our partner, the company, they provide service to their clients. They are the operator clients all over the world. Every day, their clients may ask. They require the technical reports support from our partner. So they ask questions about the specific security protocols, the specific configuration details, and also the threat mitigation strategies. So what the partner is doing now is that they have the security team manually search from a large amount of documentation and give the answer to their clients, like every client, every query. So you can imagine that this is quite labor intensive and time consuming. And seeing the potential of large language models and also the blooming of open source large language models on the Hugging Face community, we see the potential to develop such a chatbot, so it can automatically search from the documents and answer to the client. Of course, there will be the expert there to monitor if the answer is correct or not. But this will really release the work, the manual work. Here, I just want to show you that, imagine that this is documentation, and every time the query comes, the security expert first needs to locate to this document, then locate to a specific text in this document. And I will show you why we need a specific chatbot. Why don't we use the existing chatbots like Claude or ChatGPT or DeepSeek? Suppose that we ask something about the unknown N32F context, and when we ask Claude, it would say that I need a bit more information about this one to give more context. But it will still give you some answer, long answer. And if we ask ChatGPT, it will not say that I don't know. It will give you the answer, but mainly in the software context. Yeah, this is quite long from ChatGPT actually, in general. So what our partner really wants is that when we ask this kind of question, the chatbot can answer precisely based on the documentation they have. So this is our goal in this project. Don't to next. I don't see the mouse actually. I need to go to the next slide.
You don't have big screen option. It's like it's an extension of
but I need to go to the next slide. Yeah. So to develop this chatbot, we have several requirements from the partner. First, the chatbot should be precise. She should give the security responses with the high accuracy, because their customers are the operators. If the answers are not precise, maybe they will lose the clients, lose their business. Second one is that they need to host the chatbot on premise, because they have to handle their proprietary documentation and also the conversation with their clients securely. So this means that they don't want to use any commercial products or or GPT models, like the API from ChatGPT or from Claude. And the third one is that they want this chatbot to have low operational and maintenance overhead. Because after the project, they don't want to say, okay, we still need you to help us maintain the chatbot or fine-tune it with more our new documents. The last one is that because we see that there's the blooming of open source large language models, more powerful or smaller. And also they have the new documentation every day. They want this chatbot can be adapted to the new resources very fast. So our research objective is quite clear: to evaluate the practical strategies to adapt large language models for telecom security. We looked at three strategies: using the base large language model as is, and also fine-tuning it with our customized data. Last one is to build the RAG system. Actually, in our project, we have tried the other strategies like the continue pre-training and also the reinforcement learning, but we found that those two were not that good. So we just choose these three for comparison. The base large language model, actually, it already has gained the general knowledge about telecom during its pre-training process, because in that phase, it has already been trained on a large amount of data that are available on the internet. Of course, it includes the telecom data. So the advantage of this strategy is that no training is required. Basically, to develop the chatbot with the base model, we just need to implement some interface and also give some prompts to the large language model, like saying that you are a telecom security expert, please answer the following question. And also you can make it more detailed. But because it's the base large language model and it's trained for the general purpose, so it has very limited domain knowledge. As we saw in the demo just now, the Claude and the OpenAI, they couldn't answer the specific security questions. The second strategy, fine-tuning, means that we continue training the model with specific domain data, the telecom security data. The good part is that it's kind of we force the large language model to adapt itself to the telecom security domain, so it can answer the specific telecom security questions. But it's quite expensive because training the large language models, even if it's a 1 billion or 3 billion model, we need at least 4 GPUs. And also it takes a lot of time. And also there's the risk of forgetting. It may forget what it has learned for the general knowledge. And also it's harder to update because now we always see the version 1, version 2, version 3 of the large language models. I don't really know what they have changed. It's mainly the training data they have changed. But whatever they change to another version, fine-tuning from scratch is quite expensive still. The last strategy, RAG. RAG is short for the retrieval augmented generation. This one is quite simple. What it does is that we still have the base model. We don't touch it. We just create a vector database from the documentation. So every time when a query comes, it will first search from the vector database, which text is relevant, then the large language model will generate the answer based on the text. But the disadvantage is that it heavily relies on the retrieval quality. So if the retrieved text or the context is not relevant, it may give you the wrong answer. And also if the documentation is very large, the vector database is very large, there might be the latency overhead. So this is how our study looks like. We start from some domain documents. We include both the public documents that everyone can access on the internet and also the private documents from our partners. We prepared the data because we need to do the training, also the testing. So we prepared the training set especially for the fine-tuning and the test set for evaluating the performance of all those three strategies. We also include some general benchmark datasets to ensure that the chatbot doesn't forget about the general knowledge. And this workflow shows how we prepared our dataset. Actually, the dataset preparation was quite involved in our project. Very different from the academic research. We already have the benchmark, the data. In reality, we don't have anything. We only have the documents. So when we talk about fine-tuning the model or test the model, we need to get some data. So we used so we first extract the information or the text from the given document from the partners using a tool named Docling. It can convert the documents into Markdown format to maintain the structure. And in our process, we also included the important step called QA, question answer expand. We generate variants for each question answer pair. This is to mitigate the risk of reversal curves, which means that when we train or model that A is B, it doesn't automatically learn that B is A. So by doing so, we can ensure that the model learns the knowledge more robustly. This is the example of our QA pair and also the multiple choice question. So for the open-ended question answer pair, we have for each question, we give the concrete answer as the reference. And for the MCQ, for each question, we provide several options and only one option is the correct answer. So these two types of the test data gives us the two ways to evaluate the performance of our solutions. So for our experiment, we used 4 NVIDIA A100 GPUs for training and for testing. And for the base models, we chose Q1 2.5 and the Llama 3.2, both with 3 billion parameters. Actually, because this project started in 2024, I remember. At the beginning, we only had Llama 2. And then we had Mistral, we have DeepSeek, we have Q1, but we tested Q1 and Mistral and DeepSeek. The performance was not that good, so we only keep Q1 and the first open source Llama. For the evaluation for MCQ tests, we use accuracy as our metric to give some deterministic assessment, because sometimes the partner would always focus on the wrong answer of the question. They would say, okay, the question is this one, but your answer is too long or it's too short. So it's very difficult to convince them that the performance is good or not. And for open-ended QA tests, we use different metrics to measure how similar the words are and how similar the meaning is with the reference answers. And in our experiment, we conducted the experiments to answer 3 specific questions. The first one is to answer, does fine-tuning enhance telecom security knowledge without forgetting general knowledge? The answer for the first part is that fine-tuning can effectively improve the domain-specific performance, especially when we choose the good base model or the proper base model. Like for the Q1, we could see on the private documents, it can achieve 59% accuracy. And for the second part, we found that there's no evidence of catastrophic forgetting. So for the general telecom dataset tele-Q&A, we found that the performance of different models is quite stable or slightly improved. And for the big bench heart, it includes 27 cognitive tasks, like true and false is false, like this kind of tasks. And we found that the difference of the performance is about 2 to 3%, so it's quite slight. And the second research question is about which strategy of those three achieves the best performance on telecom security tasks. We from our results, we found that actually RAG, this highlighted one, it achieved the best accuracy across most of the scenarios, 3 out of 4. And for the open-ended test set, it also achieves the best results. And for the last one, we checked how does public and the private data affect the strategy effectiveness, because in our data, we have public documents and the private documents. In the public documents, we found that fine-tuning doesn't give too much value after the training. This is reasonable because the base model already has gained those knowledge from the open data on the internet. RAG can still improve it because when the retrieval part is really good, it can still enhance the capability. But for the private document, we found that if for the fine-tuning, if we don't choose the right model, the model performance can degrade. Like for Llama, after fine-tuning, the accuracy decreased by 12%. But for Q1, it increased by 59%. So this one is quite model dependent. But for RAG, it performs consistently better than the base one. And to summarize, during our project, we first confirmed that fine-tuning can enhance the domain knowledge without the catastrophic forgetting. And we found that RAG performs or emerges as the most practical strategy for our partner. The document accessibility and the base models selection are quite crucial or critical for selecting the fine-tuning strategy. And also during our project implementation, we also considered some other impact or factors, such as our partners, they wanted to add new documents, or they wanted to change from Llama to Mistral, from Mistral to Q1, or from 3 billion to 7 billion, all those things. We found RAG is the best solution. Otherwise, we spend too much time in implementing different fine-tuning for different models. And finally, currently our partner has already deployed the RAG system in their production line to provide the technical support for their clients. And finally, I would like to emphasize some gaps between academic research and real-world applications. Because in academic, we always have the benchmark. We mostly have unlimited computing resources. In many papers, the reviewers always ask, if you are using 1 billion model, why don't you use 3 billion model? If you use 3 billion model, they would ask, why don't you use 7 billion model? But for our partners, they don't have the powerful GPUs, and also they have limited budget. So finally, we choose the 3 billion model for them because their GPU is not as good as ours. At least we could use A100, and their ones I think are from 5 years ago. Their GPU is not as powerful as at all. And also for the evaluation, for the benchmarks, we know what to evaluate and what kind of performance we should expect. But for industrial projects, we don't have the benchmark, and we had to decide how to evaluate and what to show. So it actually, this one took a lot of time. There was a lot of debate between us and the partner. And that's all. I'm on time.
Amazing. We'll have time for one question, if there is any, before we move to the last presentation. Okay, Shen.
Thanks for that. Turns out this selection of base and model, fine-tuning and RAG.
Yeah.
You have given a very clear recommendations as at the end this RAG is the main choice. So I'm thinking of one case, right? I'm thinking of back to few years ago when we see
the early stage of proper use of ChatGPT, we can see a lot of good solutions.
Yeah.
Over the past few years, we have seen an increase of their own foundation model as very close a lot. So my question is, do you think in the near future that we will also see the case like RAG and fine-tuning are not needed anymore, and we only need to choose which one foundation model to use?
I don't think so, because those base models, they are trained for the general purpose. They are not for the specific case. And especially because our partners, they have their private documents. Those documents, they are not supposed to be involved in any of those base models. So it's.
So your project, so when you start the project, that's when you enter your project. So have you passed the cloud different version and they still show that the performance is not good enough to use
We tested the commercial ones on the public documents, but the performance is similar because it's public. Slightly better. Yeah, slightly better because mostly they were changing the training data or sometimes the vocabulary. So for this specific case, the performance is not that different. Okay, thank you. Yeah. We tried with Mistral, DeepSeek, and some, I don't remember that one. Very beginning, when Llama was open source, at that time there was a lot, but finally we just chose Llama. And then Mistral was released, we tried Mistral. When DeepSeek was popular, we also tried DeepSeek. And then now it's Qwen. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate this. So now we are moving to our last presentation, which is going to be online. Vishal, if you can hear us, can you say something just to test the audio?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for accommodating my request as well.
Very well. Thank you for joining. If you can share your presentation, go full screen mode. Ideally, we should be able to see it here.
Right, it should be coming across.
Oh, maybe I need to choose. Yeah. Yeah, now we can see it. I just had to click on something here. Okay, so whenever you're ready.
Right, so thank you so much, everyone. Apologies for not being present over there in person. I really missed that opportunity. But I'll try to make sure that this work which I'm going to show you today adds up to the value of SECURENET 2026. My name is Vishal Sharma, and I'm a reader in the School of Electronics, Electrical Engineering, and Computer Science. And I'll walk you through one of our projects which we finished last year. That was on the security and resiliency in 3D open networks. And I will present my case from the lens of classical and AI security. So this project was funded by DCIT, and it was a £12 million project having around 25 organizations. It was led by University of Surrey, and my role in the project was of security lead. And I was responsible to make sure that the end-to-end components within this project, we call it TUDOR, towards ubiquitous 3D open resilient network, making sure that the ends are tied up in terms of security and what needs to be done moving forward, and away if we have to apply TUDOR's architecture in modern day networking and upcoming era of, let's say, AI RAN or more towards the 6G journey. I'll be walking you through a couple of things, of course, with the security and performance, followed by the initial architecture we proposed. I do have some list of security challenges and KPIs which we initially identified. Of course, we did not solve everything, so that could be something that can be looked as a takeaway, followed by the security in the context of AI digital twins and mobility management. And of course, then I have two very small concrete security demos to show how security actually worked in the case of TUDOR. We all know that security and performance, they don't go very well together. We always look between them as a trade-off. We try to enhance the security of the system while also maintaining the performance. And in that space, sometimes we have to compromise one or the other. In terms of traditional security, we have been looking into the aspects of mutual authentication, all towards integrity and optimized handovers as a part of performance vectors. But in that space, certain things which remain open are very crucial, and those things are listed as our implementation challenges on the right-hand side of your screen. We can have some very sophisticated attacks that can lead from excessive service initiations that can fall into the category of denial of services. You can also have specific denial of services or distributed denial of services attack, but you may also have attacks which are very much prominent to certain and specific sessions like session hijacking. And of course, you can see large scale attacks which can be the resultant of flooding possibilities within your network. Some of the reports which we followed during this entire project, of course, they are the renowned reports. We followed work from 3GPP. We also did follow work from OpenAI and Alliance, though I have not mentioned it here explicitly, but I do have a couple of works following in the following slides. And some of the technology enablers which we took into account while we were building our solution was based on the principle of network slicing and also exploiting the works in the realms of protocol which are built in the space of EPS, ACA, or EAP ACA Prime or 5G ACA as a backbone while we were trying to initiate protocols for the Tudor project. We also looked into distributed mobility management, and in this space, our critical concerns were about the placement of the security functions. Whenever we have a distributed scenario, we don't know where those security functions would be sitting onto a network. And the reason that the placement of security function becomes critical is that the paths between the devices play a critical role in terms of performance. If you are looking for verifying and validating a device by making your security functions deep into the core, then you are looking at more number of passes to be exchanged between the device and the core, which eventually results into more overheads. So distributed mobility management does bring a lot of concerns in that space. Another important factor in that space is the deregistration of the devices. Once you are in a mobility scenario, and let's say that your device moves from one of your cell to another one, we always look for seamless connectivity that forms part of handover. But a smallest and simplistic thing which is often overlooked, that's deregistration. Once you're moving between the terminals, how you will deregister yourself from the previous one. And often having a weak security measures over here leads to something called replay attacks. And also you would, and if you have to tie it towards a certain security property, you need to ensure that your network is having perfect forward secrecy. We also did a little bit of investigation on identifying new signatures. That was just from the point of view of understanding if the current signatures are weak, whether we need to design new signatures. And if we have to design new signatures, whether we would need to clone the current security functions. And cloning the security function basically means deriving new set of keys from the existing hierarchy. Then, of course, everyone's favorite in terms of buzzword, but not be in terms of performance, distributed ledger technology. We did look into this side of things as well, particularly from the lens of flexible and adaptable security. We were trying to understand if blockchain can be an answer to the application level security, and if it can actually help put traceability back into the networks. We did have both positive and negative results depending how blockchain is actually applied to the ecosystem, particularly for the 3D architecture. And then, of course, in the space of digital twin, some of the concerns for us were when you train your model in a specific network scenario, we are quite confident that you will see number of data drifts across the network because the operation plane is not the same. You will see a lot of heterogeneous scenarios. That means your data will drift. And if your data drifts, you may not be able to have similar performance from your digital twins. And eventually that will affect the type of security you have applied to your system. So these were also going into the background when we're trying to build up our architecture. Like I already mentioned, that key hierarchies are going to play an important role when we talk about security in the network. We used the ones available in 3GPP's draft release 18, and we try to build certain subkeys which we can use for performing different types of security protocols later on. So Tudor's architecture. So Tudor was all about 3D component, and 3D component here is the terrestrial component, your ground networks. Then you have your middle layer, which is more about your aerial networks, your high altitude platform system or the drones would sit in this layer. And then you will have your space component where you will see your GEO or LEO satellites in that periphery. Specifically, we were concerned about the RIC component from the aspect of Tudor. And like I said, my role was to tie up the security between all these three components. And that made my role quite challenging because we are looking at quite a dense scenario. So if I take Tudor's architecture and if I try to apply it to what's being seen and being available or discussed in literature, or even from the telecoms perspective, we are looking at a very ultra high hyper-connected scenario. And that makes security really difficult. You can say the current protocols may not be able to sustain the pressure. The pressure comes from both the performance side as well as from the vendor's side as well. If you're going to share space between the vendors, you need to run their proprietary protocols as well, and you have to still maintain that the standards are also respected. So that does add a bit of complexity. Quite often, we also thought about that zero trust might be an answer in that space. We tried to do some experiment. We also validated few ideas, and then eventually we thought that the good answer to this kind of problem may be to disaggregate the scenario. And for disaggregating, we actually looked into the payload. And when I say payload, we specifically looked into the placement of the G node B, our distributed unit, control unit, and then we try to understand if the current security solutions can be applicable to them. The current solutions can be IP tunneling. If you apply IP tunneling, you don't need to worry about end-to-end confidentiality. Of course, the confidentiality of the data at the respective transceivers would be of concern, but at least you can rely on the security of the path itself, and you don't have to apply any additional security measures. So that was the thinking going behind for disaggregating the scenarios. In the first case, we tried to put G node B onto the payload where it was positioned on the satellite system itself. And in that space, it was recommended by our finding that IPsec tunneling should not be used. And the reason was the untrustworthiness of the G node B and its operation, particularly when a service link is formed between the end user and the G node B itself. In the second scenario, when you are looking for placing your radio unit or distributed unit onto the payload, in that case, IPsec tunneling is very efficient because it can work between the control unit and the user plane function because they're of course lying in the periphery of each other. So having an IPsec tunneling over here makes more sense. And similarly, if you are particularly concerned about G node B and user place function, which is all together onto the payload, in that case, IPsec tunneling is not required at all because you will be having a lot of handovers, and handovers with IPsec could be a bit on tedious side, not easily manageable. We made some critical observations on the integration of the Tudor architecture with the current 3GPP standards as well as the Open RAN Alliance. And then we also look into certain security analysis followed by the aspects of application network and physical layer security. And then we also wrote our first XApp. We also looked into service conflicts and also tried to identify possible scenarios of integrating it with near real-time RIC and non-real-time RIC components. So security challenges, very standard, very rudimentary, very basic security challenges, which still prevail because we somehow live in a world where we don't take security seriously unless something serious happens. And that means that the security challenges which were applicable 5 years back, they are still applicable now, maybe even on a broader scale. And the impact of these attacks can be huge. We have already seen with some of the recent attacks around the news. Some of the interesting findings were that TLS version 1.3 could be an answer to data encryption. And that was like most of the existing systems we see nowadays, they are still using the older version of TLS. Maybe scaling up and moving towards 1.3 can offer higher data encryption standards. We also looked into misbehavior detection and misconfiguration analysis. I'll walk you through each of these individually. I'll skip some of the boring parts in the presentation just to make sure that we are in time as well. We did try to categorize our KPIs, and in that space, we categorized the security requirements based on the type of devices we are encountering. So some of the devices may have an impact on end-to-end security. Some devices may just affect the radio access network and can affect its entire 3D component. So some may only affect the transport component. So some can just be lied into the core of the network, and some can have impact across the entire 3D component, the end-to-end component, as well as the transport component. So we try to look into almost around 12 key security policies, which were categorized across 4 KPI indices. While we were doing so, An important question which came across for every one of us was how would you define resiliency in the realms of security? Can an answer to security be an answer to resiliency? Are these two terms related? If they are related, how would you ensure that compartmentalization of the network can be performed in the scenario where attack is ongoing? And if you let your network operate to offer resiliency, can you ensure that the attacker may not sweep into the other active parts of the network? So those are some of the critical challenges which we face. I deliberately brought forward the discussions I was making on the data drift for the digital twin, and these also gets interrelated with the security and resiliency. We thought that for this kind of situation, building a nice digital twin and running scenarios can be a good answer to understand whether security is to be treated as a term versus resiliency, or whether security has to be treated as term taken together with resiliency. And we don't have an answer yet. It's quite an open question. If you follow UK's report, these are listed as some of the prominent open questions which needs to be accounted for. Resiliency can be accounted with the help of redundancy, robustness, and recovery, and security all the way looks for more like service monitoring. There is a bit of interplay between them, but if they can sit together or if you can define them in one sentence, it's still an open question. Zero trust architectures may be something which can be explored when we are looking into security and resiliency. In particular, that the policy enforcement points in resiliency can offer you the chance to compartmentalize an active attack. You can actually set policies, what happens when certain attacks are met across the network, and zero trust may be an answer to it. It's not fully explored, but it's still something I would say worth exploring. In terms of zero trust, one of the critical things which we are doing as a research group is trying to understand what kind of policy design we need to take into account while we are defining the activities across the policy enforcement point. This is often an overlooked area. People just believe that there is a policy sitting there which will eventually let operations across the control plane and data plane, but that's not the case. We ran some experiments and we found out that designing efficient policies does play a critical role when it comes to zero trust architecture. Luckily, report 33 from 3GPP is quite enhanced on zero trust, and that can be used to build a case around it. When we look into security policies for and resiliency together from the RIC and non-RIC point of view, things which actually are tedious and require more investigation is access and understanding of the containers. Real-time components are very difficult to manage without containers. RAN intelligent controllers, that's RIC over here, they usually are deployed with the help of Kubernetes. So in-depth, thorough investigation and in access to containers is something which is required to understand the security policies. And when I say access, that should raise an alarm that we are trying to access something which should not be deliberately allowed, but we still need it to understand how the security is defined in the RIC component. You would also need to define KPIs for identifying misconfigurations. And of course, you can write your XApps, which necessarily would operate in near real-time RIC component rather than non-real-time RIC component. The other critical challenge is a lot of the systems we see nowadays, they still use a lot of legacy code. They use common libraries where vulnerabilities might be hidden in their earlier versions, and that may sweep into your current ecosystem. So these are some of the challenges you might see in the space of building your case for security and resiliency. Now, taking on from the security challenges, let's try to understand security in the context of AI. In that space, we thought that the best way to move forward is build a digital twin. Now, this work was done in collaboration with Edinburgh Napier University with Professor Canberg from there. And over here, we focused on building a what-if scenario framework. The what-if scenario framework, what it does, it lets you run multiple scenarios under which your network can be exploited. It, of course, offers you to run analysis on the configurations. You can feed into your network certain types of metrics and understand if the network misbehaves, or you can give the scenario under which your network misbehaved and try to understand what were the metrics which led to such scenario. So that's the utilization of the digital twin which we created as a part of this project. Some of the things which we tried to understand over here was disaggregating the security functions, in particularly when we map the KPIs with the service request of the network. We also use digital twin to understand what components can be digitized and what components should be left at the physical realm. And we also try to understand the adversarial modeling behind the control plane, and of course, using it to build our XApp. Then we moved into something called space of security implications with abusive adversary. Now, these are very interesting types of adversary. Usually, when you evaluate your security of the network, you would define a threat model, you would define an adversary, and what you do, you say, I give my adversary 30% capacity and 30% knowledge of the network, and then you will test your network. But we are living in an era where your adversary may not be limited by those 30 or 40% capacities. You need to test the security of your system at the same level as a traditional user would. So we try to operate this under the name of abusive adversary, where an adversary would have 100% knowledge of your entire network, and its only aim would be to launch as many attacks without considering about its own profit. We try to exploit both the security functions, whether they were sitting in non-real-time RIC or they were sitting in near real-time RIC. We over here used interfaces from both your Open RAN Alliance and 3GPP. The one over here in purple, you can see they are the ones coming from your 3GPP that defines your traditional security function stack. The one in orange are coming from your Open RAN Alliance, which would help linking the near real-time RIC component with the non-real-time RIC component. We ran Markov decision processes based on the network configurations. And what we identified was, we asked, so if I have to put it in a very nice summary, the Markov decision processes gave us the strategies under which the network would be more prone to certain attacks. So we were able to identify the settings at which it would be more easier for the adversary to attack it. And that eventually can be used to, in fact, secure your network when you actually hit certain kind of matrix while you are monitoring your entire system. And that's what exactly shown over here, which is like, that's where your the attack possibility for given setting would be highest. And that comes out as a combination of fuzzy inferencing operated together with Markov decision processes. Then finally, we moved into the last component where I said that we looked into the mobility management. We looked into a particular scenario where a user is trying to gain access to information from certain drones, which are operated as a part of a public infrastructure, of course, operated by non-terrestrial network gateway. And our idea was how to make this communication secure. And I know that protocol security is something which is more easier to do. So we try to experiment certain protocols, which we already have. Because our scenario was very much specific, where there is a user who is trying to gain information about certain drone, and then you also have a ground control station who is also trying to access information of drone. So the scenario became quite peculiar, and we had to build a new protocol in this space. One use case I can give you for this kind of scenario is look at your traditional Uber delivery, and now think of your delivery being made by the drones. So if you are a user waiting for a delivery being done by the drone, you will have to understand where your drone is as a user, right? You need to have your ETS, estimated time of arrival, for the drones. At the same time, if you are someone who has initiated those drones as a supplier, you also want to understand what's happening around your drones, where's their location and what's going on. And the critical challenge is that you, both the user and the supplier, cannot operate on the same privileges. You need to make sure that if you're trying to access information, the information can be basic telemetry. You want to make sure that access control is maintained separately for both the different types of users. And that's where we wrote a new protocol. This protocol is based on chameleon hashing. The advantage of using chameleon hashing is that it can actually help you to work around with collisions, not for the randomness. Usually you would write cryptographic protocols to control the randomness, but chameleon hashing, because of its nature, it allows you to make sure that you can actually do collision resistance for almost any message. And we initiated this as a part of 4 phases. First was where drone gets registered with the ground control station. That's basically your non-terrestrial gateway coming into play. Drone registers itself using a public key. The public key in case of chameleon hashing would be used for hashing, and then the secret key, it's called trapdoor in the case of chameleon hash, and that will be used for collision component. And then user registration phases, user also registers itself with the ground control station. So basically you can think about both the drone and the user registering themselves with the common server. And then, of course, the comms part happened between the users via GCS towards the drone. And then eventually we did comparisons. So comparisons were based on security properties, where we were able to demonstrate the worthiness of our protocol compared to existing state-of-the-art solutions. And also we tested the cryptographic primitives in that space. Interestingly, this portion over here is very good. Ever's approach over here took a lot of time because it offered security for certain aspect. For example, it was able to secure against drone capture attack, which is very critical one. You know, hijacking drone is very prominent, but it was able to secure it against it, but had quite a high operational time. Ours sits somewhere between Ever's and Hussein's work, but we do offer more security. One thing we did notice was that our modular exponential calculation were taking more time than scalar multiplication, which was less time, which should be other way around. And that could be the reason of the libraries we were using. We were mostly on the Python libraries. So here is the final bit. So I'm going to show you the security proofs we used, where we used Tamarin to verify the security properties. The first one is about ensuring that the session keys are securely maintained, and they are based on the collision resistance we attained via the chameleon hashes. And then eventually, once these resistance evaluations are done, we also try to test the perfect forward secrecy, which is maintained by the help of a session key between the user and the drone. So because they maintain different session keys, we used these to deregister the drones once they move from one terminal to another, and making sure that if an attacker is trying to inject a message or manipulate the telemetry of the drone, it should not be able to do so. So Tamarin was used for doing the more like formal proofs. And then we also build a proof of concept. Moving ahead. Yeah. So our proof of concept was built using Python. And what we did over here, we created a small scenario where we deployed multiple users who were trying to access multiple drones. And the information they were trying to get was basic telemetry information, the latitude and longitude of the drone. And this was performed using the chameleon hash-based mutual authentication and key agreement protocol. So we tried to induce an adversary into the system, which was, of course, unable to manipulate or inject its own messages. You can see there was not even a single message injected by the adversary, and the telemetry information was securely passed on to the user. So this covers how, you know, a nice security protocol which helps you to perform mutual authentication and key agreement can be converted into proof of concepts. We did publish a lot for this project. Some of these publications are listed over here if you're interested in going more thoroughly into the work I've expressed. Of course, I've touched it in a very light way, but if you read it, please feel free to come back to us with your comments and feedback or for any discussions. Moving ahead, there are a few open challenges. One is, of course, looking into the scalability aspect. When we talk about security, data rates do play a lot of big role. If you're having number of passes and if your data rate is low, then you're looking at slightly higher overheads, which means you might be able to have better security, but you may compromise the performance of the network. We did not look into context-driven applications because if you're looking into context, the type of security mechanisms would change. This can also go into something called semantic communications. You may need to look thoroughly into what's being passed on the network. Energy sources and choice between the protocols still play quite an important role. This was relative 10 years back. It's still relative now. And two other components is, can we have security by design embedded into the architecture itself? And if so, how would the architecture look like and who would prioritize it? Would it be the telecoms or would it be the standard agencies? And finally, if we really understand AI, where would the human come into play if something bad happens with the AI? So with this, I would like to thank all the research funders who have supported our work, and I will be happy and try my best to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. We run over time, so we won't have time for questions, but I'll leave your details up so that anyone that want to contact you or take a look at the publications, they can contact you directly. And thank you again for giving this presentation. Now we're moving to the last part, very relaxed. It's going to be the hackathon and the awards. So we are going to very swiftly talk about the hackathon that was organized then go through the evaluation process, and eventually give the awards to the winning teams, after which we'll immediately announce the winner of the best paper award as well. So if you just stay with us for the next few minutes. And also, I believe I need to allow some people online to be able to share. I will lower hand. Do we know who they are? Okay. Okay. Is this the presentation 5GX hack, that one? Okay. And if you need to allow people to speak, then you need to just make them panelists, but I can help you with that.
No. Okay. All right. So hello, everybody. And in parallel to the SECURENET event, we have organized a hackathon where we have selected 2 winning teams at the moment. And I will briefly go through the process of our hackathon. So basically, why did we launch this hackathon? It's because we needed to work on a use case, an actual use case scenario where you are dealing with the real 5G core, and we wanted to disseminate this idea into universities and students so that they can also learn the process of how an actual attack can be launched in the real world. So it's kind of like not a theoretical approach, but a practical way where we can actually get a hands-on experience on how we actually perform this in a real testbed environment. So the process is quite straightforward, where we have an attacker in the middle, so which is a man in the middle attack. And there's an original client where the client is sending original data and the attacker is modifying this data that is sent to the 5G core. And for the core, we have used the Open5G that was provided with the support from Keysight. And the attacker is the one that the teams have designed. So the agenda was essentially, we started the hackathon 2 days back, and then the phase 1 was finalized with 5 minutes presentation of the video submission. And we have already announced the winning teams, who are the 2 teams for the phase 2 demonstration, which is now we are going to do, and we are going to select who will be the winner and the runners-up for this. And without further ado, we can move into the final presentation and winner announcement. But before that, these are the prizes we are providing with in collaboration with Keysight. And thank you very much for your support and assistance throughout this process. And so these are some of the statistics of the overall participants. So we have like quite a lot of participants from a lot of countries, especially like all of them actually did participate well, but unfortunately the challenge was a little tough in terms of like finding out an actual attack, which should be because now 5G systems are pretty pretty good in terms of security. So so after a thorough competition, we have selected 2 teams for the finals. First, the team 2G from University College Cork, and the team Oran Edge from University of Moratuwa. So we congratulate both the teams very much. And now we can start the final demonstration and the pitch of their final attack. So I'll first warmly welcome the team 2G from University College Cork Island.
So it's Kuros, yeah, Kuros. Okay. Okay, perfect. So Kuros, if you can test audio, I just allowed you as speaker.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Do I need to allow anyone else from your team that will be presenting, or is it just yourself?
No, I am the only one that will present.
Since I have you, sorry, and the second team would be, so I can allow them already?
Yeah, so the second one is Bimsara.
Bimsara, okay, so I'm giving privileges to Bimsara as well. Maybe Bimsara, if you want to mute very quickly and check audio.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's working. Okay, so back to Kuros. We know you can both talk. Okay, great. So you should be able to share screen as well, just in case.
That's what I'm checking actually. I'm not sure if I can.
If not, I will make you a panelist.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Do you see my screen or?
Not yet. No.
Let
Yeah.
me check actually. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Screen, yeah. I think.
Loading up. Now it's okay. You can go to the full screen presentation mode.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Kuro Samburi. Along with my colleague Said Rezai, we are PhD students in University College Cork. So basically my own research focuses on extending time-sensitive networking on 5G. Since it's related to 5G, we decided to go with this hackathon. So basically in this lecture, I'm going to present two attacks that we deployed. So we have our traditional network structure, which the N2 interface connects the RAN, like our GNB, to our AMF, which is responsible for all the signaling traffic. The protocol stack, the NGAP, which is application layer, over SCTP, which is transport layer. Unlike the TCP, it's message oriented, but the main problem is it relies on a clear text verification verification tag for security. So basically, I included some details about SCTP itself. It consists of two sections. The common header, which occupies 12 bytes, as it shows in the diagram. And we have the data chunk as well, which is the remaining part, which is the green section and the red section highlighted. This part, there are several types for the chunks, which including the payload data and different control messages. I also included some of the chunk types that's available here. As you can see, we have abort, shutdown, or other ones. I also included the reference for these at the end of the slides, so you can go and investigate more. So basically, the standard procedure is the GNB initiate a four-way handshake. Then immediately following the handshake, The NGP setup request was transmitted, and then there is a signaling here as I added a screenshot of the actual verification tag. As you can see, it's in a clear text. So our first attack is based on this. We call it SCTP killer. So basically, we start by sniffing the traffic. The attacker passively monitors the N2 interface, the default port for active sessions. Then we steal the tag. We extract that verification tag, which is sending clear text. We forge the packet. We construct the spoofed IP packet containing a chunk. For example, we used SCTP board, as I mentioned, and we inject the packet in the last stage of our attack, which AMF accepts the tags and kills the connections instantly. Here is a demo that I included as a picture. I can share the codes that I've used after the presentation if anyone wants it. So basically, on the right screen, this one is the terminal for the AMF logs. This one is for replaying the PCAP file, and basically this is our injection, which starts by sniffing the packets. We get the verification tag, then inject the abort message, and basically, as you can see in the logs, we have the results here. For the second attack that we deployed, we use NGAP fuzzer. So basically, again, for the standard procedure, we have a four-way handshake established with reliable transport layer. Then in this section, we have ASN1 encoding, which the NGAP payloads, for example, these NGAP's NG setup request initial UE messages are encoded using ASN1, which is a complex encoding scheme, requires that the AMF perform computationally intensive parsing. The problem is if the AMF receives a packet where the SCTP headers are valid, but the internal NGAP structure is malformed, the parser logic must handle the exception. So basically, for this for this attack, we used something as a Trojan horse. Basically, we intercept a valid data packet containing an NGAP setup request. Then we apply a random bit flipping to the payload only. We leave the SCTP header intact, so the OS accepts this as valid. Then we inject the poisoned packet. The core receives the headers, but the garbage, the core receives valid headers, but the garbage is like the instruction. So this is another demo for this attack. On the right, again, we have AMF logs. On the left, you see we initiated the fuzzing attack. As the fuzzing attack completes, we see the final results here. So basically, the impact of this attack is resource exhaustion, silent drops, and service crash, even to an extent that sometimes the daemon completely crashes. It requires a full system restart. The defense strategies would be, as we suggested, would be IPsec tunnels that encapsulate all N2 traffic. This will also hide verification tag. which will stop basically our method, our approach. Another defensive mechanism is using STP authentication, which an example would be enabling RFC 4895. And the last one would be restricting ASN1 validation at the ingress gateway before traffic reaches the core. In conclusion, basically the N2 interface is a critical point of failure here. Without encryption, for example, IPsec and integrity check, the authentication, the control plane is vulnerable to both denial of service attack and complex corruption, basically. That's my email. If anyone has further questions or wants the copy of the codes that we used, we are happy to share it with you. And these are the references I've used to create these slides, basically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We can go to the second presentation. And by the way, I should have said upfront that the judges, the three judges, are here and listening to you. So based on the presentations and the work done, they will evaluate what they have seen and choose the winner. So maybe I should have said that upfront. So now we can go to the second presentation.
Yeah, actually, I have a small request. I have another team member on my team who's ready to present. We have two presenters. Can you maybe allow access to him as well?
Tell me then, there's, what's the name?
Yeah, he's under the name Sudat Vikrama Ratna.
Okay, and I will make Sudat a panelist as well, so that. Okay, now
Yeah,
I
sure.
think you should have access.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Okay, we can see it. If you go full screen, that
Yeah, sure.
would be better. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. We are Team Orange, and as our main attacking strategy for the hackathon, we have focused on fake GNB connection flooding in the 5G core network. So our main focus area was actually the pre-authorization process at the AMF. So we were mainly looking at the resource exhaustion at the AMF during that process. So as we were advised, we were mainly focused on the N2 interface, and the layer is the control plane. So why this attack is possible? Because of the trust establishment process in the N2 interface. We know that the N2 interface uses protocols like IP, SCTP, and NGAP signaling in their authorization process. And the G-Node-B authorization usually occurs after the SCTP association. So therefore, we know that the AMF must first accept the SCTP, pass the NGAP setup, and then after that authorize the GNB. So because of that, some resources are already allocated before trust is fully established. So this was our key observation. So because of that, even though the GNB authorization fails, even though the fake GNB authorization fails by the attacker, the AMF will already allocate resources such as SCTP association structures, buffers and timers, socket and event loop resources. So our thought process was, if we can repeat this frequently in quick succession, then we will be able to exhaust the resources of the AMF. So in order to achieve this, we have come up with this following high-level attack flow. So first, we will be initiating a fake GNB through a CTP association, and then we'll be the AMF will allocate transport layer resources, and then the NGAP setup request will be sent. And as I mentioned earlier, the authorization will fail, and the SCTP association is torn down eventually. However, our main attack occurs in this next step, where we repeat this process at a large scale in quick succession. So in the first step, the fake GNB sends SCTP init to the EMF, and the EMF will accept SCTP association and allocates control blocks, buffers, and timers. This happens before the GNB authorization. And next, the EMF will allocate these resources. Even though this is not a full GNB context, it is non-trivial resource usage. However, there's a minimal resource usage in the EMF. And then the fake GNB will send the NGAP setup request, including the GNB ID and the tag list. And the EMF will pass these messages and begin the authorization checks. And the authorization will fail because of the invalid and GNB ID mismatches. And the EMF will reject the GNB and terminate the association. However, during this cleanup phase, the EMF will attempt to tear down the SCTP association and release memory. However, this cleanup can take time. It could also be incomplete and be delayed by the load as well. So this is where we do the main attack. As I mentioned earlier, we will be repeating this at a large scale in quick succession. So the attacker will create multiple fake GNB identities, and through rapid SCTP association, we'll be able to result in high churn of SCTP associations, growing CPU and memory pressure. So this will result in the network as follows. On the AMF, it will impact as memory exhaustion, CPU spikes, and file descript exhaustion, and also event loop congestions as well. So after doing this, the AMF will be unable to connect new GNBs to the AMF. It will be unresponsive, unstable, and there's potential to crash as well. So why this is hard to prevent completely? Because these untrusted protocols that happens before the authorizations are must needed in the connection process. So these SCTP and NGAP setups, they need to happen, and they are unavoidable in this connection building process. And therefore, the security challenge is to minimize this resource cost of these untrusted connections, which are unavoidable. So in order to address this, we have few security measures as well, such as strict SCTP association limits and minimal pre-authorization allocation, fast teardown on failure, and connection rate limiting, network level filtering as well. So in order to address this, our target should be bound in the cost of unauthorized connections. So actually, we took a further step from this DOS GNB attack as well. That is to impersonate as a fake GNB. So we actually managed to brute force some tag IDs and connect a fake GNB, and a success message was received from the EMF as well. And we know once we impersonate as a fake GNB, we can then proceed to do major attacks like UV context flooding and log flooding as well. So now Mihiran will show you the demo of our attack.
I think you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you can see the terminal, right?
We can see the terminal.
Yeah, okay. So in this terminal, this is I'm now running the log of the AMF, so I can see the connections are being created. So what? I'll just stop it again and then run it again. So the setup is actually I have the virtual machine as the 5G core. So what we are basically doing is we are trying to impersonate fake GNB. So before that, I'll show now so we have got the credentials that are required to connect to the core from the packet dump and the config file. So I'll show that now we can actually connect the GNB properly. So you can see now it got connected, and because I teared down the connection, it disconnected. But you can see now we can properly connect the GNB. So, but if we so in the another terminal, I'll plug the the AMF with the fake GNBs. Okay, now actually I'm flooding the the AMF bus, you can see it like it accept the connection even though like my tag numbers and the RAN ID numbers are wrong, but it actually accept the connection and it tries to like keep the connection here. So what happens is actually because of the open ranges, they use static memory. They have pre-allocated the number of possible GNB connections. So because of this, that actually because like even without my credentials, I have been able to connect these. Now if I try to connect an proper GNB, you can see that the connection fails. So what we can do is even without this, like the tag numbers and information, you can actually plug the AMF because of the pre-allocation. Because if it use static allocation. So this is one demonstration I would like to do. Now I'll stop the flooding, and then eventually it will drop all the connections. And so that's a one thing. And another thing we can do is actually because of the nature of this connection, you can actually brute force the information. I think Dimsar showed you an even a small shot of it. I'll also it kind of take a time, but I'll try to run it. Okay, now it's running. So what happens is here actually you can this is a very stupid, like it just goes from like just very basic simple brute force, but because the problem with the AIM is it actually like give whether the connection was successful or not. So looking at this information, we can actually completely brute force and get the details that is that is only known for the AMF. So now actually in the log the flooding happens, and I should eventually get the tag number out here. Here the script entered running, and you can see. So this is not actually the G0 BID. That's a error. This is the tag number, and this is the 3F3 is the tag number of the this Fajiko. So it's another thing. So like because of this, we have not proper authorization. This is possible, and another thing we can actually do is so now we have so with this we can actually like get these details from here, and we can actually impersonate a legitimate core, and like after when you have a legitimate core, you can actually go inside and like initialize UEs and stuff. But you cannot. The problem here is that you cannot actually like get connect US because you have to have that the authentication of. But another thing that we discovered was you don't have to have that. Like we can launch a very again a DDoS name, but the problem is because this is coming from a legitimate GNB. This okay, so this actually prints a lot of logs to that. So you can actually one method you can is you can actually flood the logs. I think I can also show you that attack also. So here now it's printing a lot of logs, and if you so the size of it, I'm doing only with 2 threads, but it's also still like increasing very rapidly. So you can actually because of there's no proper log management in the system, I'll stop it. You can actually eventually like completely increase this size. And also we tried because we have the we tried to do another vulnerability, but it kind of it was not very successful. But these are the attacks we did, and thank you for listening to our presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this. We'll now take, so the judging panel is getting together. They'll spend 5 to maximum 10 minutes, but more than 5 to do their scores and evaluation, look at the notes. And in the meantime, we would like to announce the winner of the best paper award. Matasanka, would you like to do the honors? Yeah, so the winner of, well, maybe let me double check if I'm correct. I don't want to do the Oscar style mess up. Okay, so the winner is Rashmi. I think she even was employed to print the certificate in Blanco. So now we just had to So you printed your own certificate, and now we just had the honors to put the name on. There is also a prize that comes with this. So the prize will be 200 euros. That is sponsored by. Yeah, I'm taking the photo. Oh, Rashmi, remind me of the title of your paper. Or more or less, where is this? Say that again. Proof of trust. Oh, truth. Okay. Proof of truth. The poster, I think maybe is still there. Will. Okay. And also I'd like to ask the presenters to come up to the stage. I think there's only one left. So you, Jean. And I'll take the photo of you as well. Yes, yeah. Who's representing the judges? Okay. So we'll have a decision. The stage is yours here.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your participation. For every team in the was interested on this hackathon. Well, it takes a lot of time to decide because was not 100% clear. We have some doubts. So, but I don't remember the name of the team. Sorry so much. But this. Okay. Okay. So finally, we decide because the complexity of the attack, well, because we think that it's more a bit more sophisticated and it dedicates a bit more of efforts to the Orang Edge. So congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the participation and for the efforts on that. Also to the E2 is E2G, 2G, sorry, 2G, to the 2G group for the demonstration was very interesting. And well, we know that it's a huge job. So thank you so much again. I don't know if I need to say something else. Bart.
So yeah, again, congratulations. So the first winner will receive 1,000 euro. We'll contact you on how this is going to be done logistically. And the second team will get the 500, again, sponsored by Keysight. And once more, thank you for the judges and the organizers and Chamara and everyone else that helped with the prep. There was quite a lot of preparation and thinking before we actually published this hackathon. It's also the first time we've done it, but we're hoping to do it next year. And thank you for all the participants. It was a long day, but interesting talks, interesting people, a lot of connections made. So thank you for being here. Every talk will be uploaded to our YouTube channel in case you need to rewatch it or get the contact details of the presenters. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. Thank you.